Hey, what are you doing on stream?
Hey guys, sup, and welcome. For Divines, thank you very much. How are we doing? We are going to be today. We're going to be farming for a progenesis because I want to have a progenesis over a Rumi's concoction. I think it would be the better flask, so why not? Basically, so we're going to be farming for that. Once we have that, then after we get our progenesis, we're going to be crafting a new pair of gloves. And once that is done, I fixing all our Eldritch implicits into like the tiers we need. So we're going to use a whole bunch of orbs of conflicts. Good thing Maven has been kind enough to drop like 2 for us this league. So I think I sold 1, so it is what it is. And past that, I don't really think I have many more upgrades to get on this character. Maybe some more tattoos, because I can still afford like 1 more anti-crit tattoo, and then just levels past that. But with the progenesis, I think our leveling should become what's the word I'm looking for here? More stable, kinda. Anyways, how y'all doing? I'm on a call with Arcane, who is currently going into some ultimatum. You know, he likes those trial masters, so if you hear him scream at some loot drop or something, just know that that is what's happening in the background.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the plan for today. I have a bunch of T17s I want to start running. I have quality them by having rolled them. So what I want to do is I want to run them without delirium, and I want to run and see if I notice a difference in the juice versus using deli orbs on it. Because like for the past, I don't know, 60 plus maps, I have had 20% delirium on it, because quant, like, it just gives you baseline quant, right? So it should, in theory, be given more juice with the delirium, but I kind of want to try without and just confirm if it's a noticeable increase or not. But then again, it's bound to be skewed without actual like detailed record keeping, which is not something I did, so we'll see. Power charges, attack, cast speed, damage. Unique bosses are gonna be a bitch with this map, ain't they? I can deal with it, but the attack cast speed plus the power charge means we're not going to be able to dodge Katarina's. Yeah, we can't dodge her slam. That's the attack cast speed. Like, she has double increased attack cast speed, like literally 72% increased attack speed. Yeah, she and honestly the harvests, I'm just gonna roll this. The harvests yellow T4 would also be a problem with that. Ernest Scribbler, thank you for the lurk. Appreciate you. Synthesis, more life, cold, power. This is fine. Monsters have AoEs, kind of whatever for purple T4. But we'll be fine. Surely we're fine. I don't do pen for safety of my minions. And I think this is fine. I think that is fine. We have monster life. This is poison, but there's no crits. But there is ignite and poison. So dots could be kind of spicy, but that should be fine. It should be fine. Grasping vines, petrification statues we don't do. Power charges, frenzy charges, and fracture should be fine. Might die a few times, but it should be fine. Frenzy charges, more life, PDR. I don't like taking more life and then PDR because that kind of makes them feel very tanky. But I will also be fine. We have enough damage. We have enough damage. Oh shit. That's empty. Let's get our scarabs. We're using 20 of these. Then what is the order again? We have Dublins. Then we get 20 Nemesis. Then we get Scarab of Hordes. And then lastly we get Monstrous Lineage. Imbued Harvest. This is my harvest idle setup, right? Yes, it is. All right. So today, like I said, we're going to be going for ideally a Progenesis. Oh, I forgot. I'm supposed to send a shipment as well. I have enough food, I think. Oh, I should have enough food. So when we're done with this map, I need to remember to do that. It is so weird seeing. And then we spawn a Delirium Mirror. What is... Where are my frames? Where the fuck are my frames? Hello, Kali. And welcome. We lost a zombie. Ugh. It's annoying. Now we kind of just have to wait until this slowly goes up. And then we summon a zombie and then we
My mana is spent.
Huh? I used Convocation and my mana just disappeared? Huh? What was that? Where did my mana go? I didn't press Arcanist Brand. I know better than to press it when I'm trying to get mana. But like I was more than halfway through. We'll chuck it up as one of those weird things. So we have power charges. Did they kill a golem? No, they did not. So that we have power charges, which means they're critting, but that's fine. I know they are deadly, but unless I give them pen, I guess they do have a lot of overlap, but like still. What else have I done? They have fizz as extra. I don't know if they have base fizz or not. They have more monsters. Like these are not damage mods. I'm wondering why this is killing me. Did I screw up? Did I screw up something? Wait, what? Is my res not capped? No way, right? Yeah, there's...
With all the gods dead, I suppose I should turn my full attention to you.
I guess it's more... Maybe it's more AoE. It's... You know what? It's probably AoE. The overlap on their balls is a lot... more... I guess there's a lot more overlap. I think that might be it. I haven't actually thought about it, but AoE is very, very spicy on ball lightning when I think about it. It's so weird doing this without delirium, though. Wait, doesn't AoE typically come with +1 number of projectiles as well? I can't... I mean, I can't find it.
Your soul burns for me.
Yeah, I can't see projectiles.
Arise, my children. Feed.
Looks like monsters are more flat on it, but I don't see... Yeah, I have zero idea what is killing me here. But there's something about the modifiers. I suspect it's just AoE, because AoE creates more overlap with ball lightning. That might be what I'm feeling. But I also know AoE typically comes with plus to projectiles, but I also don't see plus to projectiles, because that would also be a dangerous combo, right? For the same monster type. Remove fly would have also killed me with that same, like in those same situations, but I always make sure not to run remove flats, because that fucks up my minions royally. Like, see? Yeah, let's just... All we can do at this point is find the harvest and leave.
The 3-round challenger returns.
Oh, you have Solita? I'm never gonna bother. Oh god. Give me a second.
My mana is spent.
This way, exile.
Okay, I'm back. Do I need to res? No, I should be fine. We have triple purples, triple yellows, 1 blue. We'll go purple into yellow into... Actually, no, there's 4 purple. So purple into yellow, it was actually the right call there. Diamonds. Then we go yellows. And then we'll end on blue. But after this set of 20 maps, I think we should be able to afford... I'm gonna need y'all to come protect me, please. I forgot my train of thought. I think I should be able to afford a progenesis, is what I was saying. Oh god. Move it! Move! Ow. I'm guessing that's Avian's Pursuit. Or no, it's Avian's Pursuit. I think with that tink sound, it has to be Avian's Pursuits. Yep. It was either going to be Avian's Pursuit or it was going to be Sacred Blossom, but I think Sacred Blossom looks slightly different. Like, yeah, actually, they look exactly the same. But then again, I got both of them. So never mind. They have the exact same rules. As if to show me like, okay, yeah, so I look exactly like him. I don't know what you're on about. There's no difference. That's what it felt like the Sacred Blossom was saying when it dropped. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. These normal zombies are slamming. I'm using normal zombies. I don't like slamming. Have some disadvantages to using them, but the biggest of which is I believe there's a defensive line when it comes to regular zombies, which is 50% more max life, whereas with slamming zombies you don't have that line. Now that would not be the end of the world if it didn't have it, but like that would be if my regular zombies were, you know, doing fine, immortal, never had to replace them. But like even with the 50% more life and all the sustain I give them, they still die. So I can't even imagine what the slamming situation would be like. No fucking way. Arcane, are you here? I guess he's not. G4. How much is an apothecary? Surely not that expensive. 30 divines. Man's logged off. Holy, strong boxes for the win. But yeah, just from a squishiness point of view, I wouldn't want to deal with zombies or slamming, because that would mean that I would either need to go for what I currently do for sustain, or I would have to get decay ward and like switch my spirit offering to bone offering and really go very ham on block chance for them, so that they're always recovering life, so then we don't have to worry about, you know, them dying. But like, that's such a big DPS loss. Not to mention the slam attack itself is already a DPS loss when it comes to boss fights. That is just like the big disadvantages of the slam attack. I do believe it can be interrupted by stuns, and it's a much longer attack animation, so that's one, it can be interrupted. Two, it's slower, so even like we attack cast speed, it kind of helps, but it's a slower attack animation. Because it's slower, depending on what you're facing, you might have a wave of like enemy of like zombie attacks that some of them just miss because the monster has moved from where they were, and you know, because you know it's an attack, they're kind of locked in for the duration. Now that duration might not be a lot. It might be a second. It might be slightly less than a second with all the attack cast speed we scale, but like it's still there. It's still a thing regardless. Something to note. Then aside the fact that they can miss and that it can be interrupted, they are still squishier. And when it comes to regular zombies, at least in my setup, I have explode AG, and that makes that kind of like it helps. It doesn't fully fix it, because like their one advantage is that they have AoE, which the explode AG helps with. You're going to do a last build? Yes, I am. I have one more build I currently plan on running. I might decide if I cook up anything else, I might go for like 2 more, but like my last build is going to be a heist build. I want to make a heist minion now. I want to just do some heist farming, because it's something I really haven't done yet. Like in any league, I haven't actually gone heist farming, mostly because the best heisters are typically non-minion builds. Heist minions, yep. That's the current plan anyways. It's going to be a wild speaker, and it's supposed to have giga movement speed. Its main minion its main DPS minion are going to be crush claws. Going to have crush claws, going to have a golem or 2. I don't remember. I think we used 2 golems. AG for cursing and explosions for door situations. Hopefully we have aggressive, and if we don't have aggressive, what we have to do is we have to use feeding frenzy. But there's 2 ways to do it. Either you go for an aggressive wand and you dual wield wand, or in my case, I might end up using my 12 link, because that should also be like really good DPS wise and shouldn't slow me down much. But that said, I think shields do have like a slight movement speed penalty, so we'll see. Probably, oh my god, what is this lag? You have knockback shrine, because it felt like I think I tried to move and I just didn't, or I was lagging. I don't know which it is. Either way, there's lag going on now, and you do have knockback. The knockback is going to be especially annoying, I'll be honest. Like, on the bright side, we're not lagging anymore ish, I think. Oh, there's lag. I feel like there's lag.
Soul to me. Your soul burns for me. Your soul burns for me.
Like the fact that she's just pushing me is kind of annoying me.
Feed.
Like, can we stop pushing me, please? Please don't push me.
Your soul burns for me. Kolama, feel death. Arise, my children.
Okay. So at POV, there was
Feed.
give me a second. Let me actually just kill her first, and then I can read. Okay, so at POV, there was going Ancestral Commander, full endurance charge, raise Spectre. Every minion run around with 10 charges. That looked funny. Yes, that would have to use the pig face bassinet. I forget, Devourer of Minds. The Devourer of Minds unique, right? I haven't seen any POBs, but that could be interesting. You'd have 10 endurance charges. Wait, your build can AFK Blights. I don't think it can AFK Blight Ravaged. It can AFK Blights. When I tried Ravaged, I would get overwhelmed, and I don't know how I would fix that overwhelming. So if you want to do AFK Blights, probably, but not Ravaged. Or maybe, wait, if we were to switch our AG's boots and set up a bit differently, maybe there's a universe that can AFK Blight Ravaged. Like if you were to switch from Windscreen boots to the Scorch boots, whatever they're called, Legacy of Fury. What else would I do if I wanted? Like, you'd have to lean very heavily into. You'd have to lean like more heavily into the explode, so waves of monsters dying would kill bosses. So there would be that. There'd be weapon. You probably have to go like dual wield weapons for the AG, so it's a much more guaranteed chance to explode. Maybe a 25, or if you go for dual wielding, you could get like 30 plus 35, so like 65% explode chance, something like that. Basically, it would be a slightly different setup if you really wanted to focus like AFK Blight and Blight Ravage, but you could do it. In theory, at least. Now for Kali. English is not my language. Sentence building is hard. I mean, you did just fine. I understood what you meant, and I'm actually going to. I haven't seen the build you're talking about, but it does give me an idea for something that could potentially be a thing. So what I'm going to do is, after this map, I want to check a unique item to see if what I have in mind exists, and if it does, it just might be a very, very interesting project to have. So kind of like having a next build, even, because I kind of want to make a zoom answer. I just haven't decided like class or how that would functionally work. I mean, if you can find it, then I'd appreciate that. I would like to see what the person was cooking. Oh, we have the Nameless Seer. Come on, Nameless. Give me a mage blood. Hopefully, wait, is this the map that had AoE? Seal domain. Legion. Phase breaker. Oh, you found the link? Okay. Unbanned. You know what? Give me a second. Let me try to add PoE Ninja into the list of allowed links. But yeah, there's nothing here that's actually good, so we'll just pick something random.
Consider this a gift.
So, what is this? What on earth? The fuck was that? Okay. So PoE Ninja, PoE.Ninja. Is there any sites we're missing? We have POB Archives, YouTube, Path of Exile, PoE Ninja, POB, Pastebin. I should allow Pastebin as well. While we're on the topic. It's pastebin.com, right?
This way.
Yeah.
exile.
What else am I forgetting? Don't forget the torrent link. Lol. I think that's about it. Can't think of anything. Maybe Twitter. All right. So where are we? By the way, French, welcome, welcome. Now, let's see the build using Red Blade Banner, Ancestral Commander. So you use War Cries. It used Rebuke of the Val because it was going to use War Cries, Urgent Orders, Ancestral, Enduring, and so Enduring for power charges, endurance charges rather. Perkle's Toll. Ancestral Cry giving early res. All max res per 10 power. Forbidden Rites. So this one is basically Infernal Cry. I think. I don't know that there's a combust gem. But the person is giga stacking max endurance charges. Gain up to max endurance charges when you take a critical strike. You are nearby. Endurance charge is equal to yours. Oh, sure. This person has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6 war cries. Jesus. Raise Spectre, meat shield more. This is not a. Is this a minion build? There's no way, right? I don't understand this build. 12 endurance charges. I mean, yeah, I see that, but I'm wondering. Raise Spectre, meat shield more AoE duration doesn't make sense to me, because like what specters would care about everything? More duration doesn't affect most specters, and it's not a DPS link. Meat shield can be a DPS link, but that's awkward. Increase AoE. Like if you say Wretch Defilers because you went Perco Store, right? I guess it's just damage with hits, not necessarily lightning. Does he have Corrupting Fever or something? Like, it doesn't make sense. Could just be support spectre. That's what I'm thinking. It's probably support specters, but then where is his main damage link? It's not making sense to me. Is it forbidden? It can't be forbidden, right? You know what this is? This might just be a, yeah, maybe he's a support character, because it says your nearby party members have endurance charge, so maybe he is an aura bot or something. General's Cry. He doesn't have General's Cry. He has a lot of other cries. He's scaling war cries. He has like 6 war cries or something. I don't know why he's using Rebuke of the Val. I guess it's because of one of the cries to give his ally damage. He has Blasphemy on Temp Chains. I assume he's an aura bot of sorts. He's not. He isn't doing damage himself. He's supporting someone else. Would more duration not buff charge time of specters? Not that I'm aware of. No, it wouldn't buff their charge time. If the specters had any duration tag skills, it would affect those skills. So for example, who loves more duration? Let's say Frenzy Charge Monkey. I think Frenzy Charge Monkey loves more duration. Actually, no. The best one would be Pale Seraphim. Pale Seraphim applies a debuff. That debuff has a duration tag. More duration would make that debuff last longer. Arena Master has a buff. That buff has a duration tag. Same thing. It lasts longer. Can minions trigger Warcry Exert? Not that I know of. But because exerted attacks would be for you, not even for allies, I think it's just for you. But minions will benefit from all the bonuses from war cries. So for example, looking at Rallying Cry, it has like buff grants added AD equal to 4% of your main hand's weapon damage per power or per 5 power. That would affect your minions. So they would then get the damage from your weapon. And as you can see, there's a 100% more effect line for minions. So when you use it for minions, it's even more effective. The bonus is doubly as effective on minions. Turtle has a CD. Turtle has a CD, and Turtle has a duration tag for one of its skills. So every 20-ish seconds in combat, you will see like some shield warp, like move around me. There's also a line here that comes in. This guy, it basically makes me immune to damage while it is up. So that would be affected by more duration as well. Actually, I'm not entirely sure if it has. It should, but I'm not entirely sure if it has or doesn't have the. Why on earth are they not full on charges? Did something eat my charges? I have to assume so. Maybe siphon flash charges on a mob or something. Oh wait, you know what it is? I probably gave it to these guys. No, I didn't. We probably just ran into a rare then. You don't know what to swap turtle for? No, turtle is good. I use turtle. If you're using turtle to give yourself more like defensive buffs, you don't necessarily want to use turtle just for like the invulnerability period, but you'd want to use turtle for PD, like physical damage reduction, for determination, aura, stuff like that. That's what you want to use turtle for. Now for that, turtle is very good. And I almost always use turtles in my builds because it just feels nice having more PDR, because in many situations you die because of physical damage. Many situations. And because of how ineffective like armor is compared to just flat PDR, and how PDR makes armor more effective, but yeah, because of how armor works and with PDR and everything, in general, you what the? That was, I was outside the range of that, of the circle. Why is that? Why was that still hitting me? That should not have hit me. Okay. Wait a second, is that Rogue Exiles? Oh shit, it's Rogue Exiles. We go for up to a divine. Oh well. Expected that spawns some geysers from Phrecia if you're using. My goodness. Which one that spawns a geyser? The one that looks like a crab? Yeah, the loot button from TLI would be amazing, especially for like harvest, but alas, different game. Running Forest Warrior, Sword, Blood, and the Endurance Charge Spectre, which would you swap? Because then I can use Tempest Shield instead of Determination. What do you have any other sources of endurance charges? I have to face 3 of the T1s or T4s. I need to make sure I stay at a distance to where I don't get smacked by a stray slam. Like that. The number of people I have to worry about are slowly I'm just going to lure some of these away because like just slams are very obnoxious. No other sources of endurance charges. We're going to focus on killing this guy. What else is left? Okay, good. My guide says who's shifting, but I need more survivability for myself. My minions don't die. Okay. Real talk for you. You have Forest Warriors, Sword, Blood, and if I had to be honest, if you're looking for more survivability, then dropping Sword for Turtle would be your best bet. The Sword is a decent amount, is a very healthy amount of DPS. I forgot to drop the Chaos Orbs I got from selling. Yeesh. Sword is a pretty decent DPS boost, but I mean, you can't DPS if you're dead, right? Are you using Impale supports? I assume you are. Without Impale supports, Sword loses efficiency. So if the guy doesn't have Impale support, then it might not even be as bad of a like DPS drop as he otherwise would have. You're not? Okay, in that case, then you can probably drop. You can probably drop Sword and just work your way up in terms of other sources of damage, and eventually you can get your 5th Spectre. So the 5th Spectre requires, wait, does the guide use 5 Spectres or 4? He uses 4. Okay. If it uses 4, okay, then I guess maybe it's you drop Turtle later on, or maybe you just keep it and take the lower DPS. I prefer being tanky over having more DPS. My setup could have more damage, but I'd rather just not die too much. Starting a pure Spectre 7th of Arcali should be fun. Oh sure, which Spectre? I had to change the command Void Forge all of 2 maps as I didn't look at the mods and got early. 07. How much is a Void Forge going for these days? Dump this, dump this. $60 divines. Oh shit. Yo, that's expensive. In Settlers, they were like 12. Well, for expecting thinking Syndicate operatives are perfect needle horrors. Perfect needle horrors, every single time I've tested them, they've been okay. But I felt like, I mean, not being able to POB their damage effectively is not great. But they've always felt a bit awkward because if you go for pure specters, you don't have explode. So wave clear is always a bit on the less than ideal side. Single target is fine until you face a mob that moves, and then DPS kind of just drops. So just keep that in mind for needle horrors. Syndicate operatives. I don't remember the mechanics involved in with syndicate operatives. I know they had some overlap or something. I know they had some overlap or something. Let me see. I came in for something. Badge of the Brotherhood. Replica badge. There's a replica badge, right? No, it's backwards. Your max endurance charges equal to your max frenzy charges. Ooh. Okay. Basically, I was hoping this was the other way around, where max frenzy or power charges would be equal to max endurance charges, because then we could play around with this guy and Devourer of Minds, Pig-Face Bassinets, which sets your minions to have the same number of charges as you, and then kind of go maybe charge stacking or something. If I remember, the daggers can shotgun. Yeah, that was like the biggest thing for syndicate operatives. But I also know they got a nerf, and I don't remember exactly the details of said nerfs. Surely these guys would have it. Syndicate operative. I feel like the wiki should have the nerf. It's no longer considered as that. I do still think they have this. I think they still have some level of overlap, or maybe they don't overlap anymore. I don't remember exactly what the nerf was, but I know it was a big nerf. I think it was. I feel like it was the overlap. Either they removed the overlap or they made it overlap less or something like that. I was thinking of doing Devourer of Minds for Val Absolution. Why Devourer of Minds for Absolution? It's just for poison. You do horror fired a lot of projectiles, so you stack poison so fast. Yeah, yeah, it does. My problem with needle horrors is just those mobile enemies. They make, without having, like, if you don't convert their damage to cold and you're not chilling and slowing in some way, it just ends up kind of feeling awkward for wave clear, because wave clear is kind of slower because it's firestorm, and I don't think you can speed up its, I don't think you can really scale proj speed all that much on them. And for a single target, if the boss moves, it kind of hurts your DPS. Hellman charge boots. This is correct. But why Absolution? They don't really scale like stronger with charges. And being a lightning skill, you already have really good damage from Doriani. Now, if it was like some other element, then it could, the potential could be a lot stronger. Let me think. What would be a good charge stacking minion receiver? Let me see. PoE syndicates operatives. Battle from 4 years ago. I think I remember seeing Velvet Skies syndicate operative. They do not rival Serpent Warriors. Oh yeah, there are Serpent Warriors, but the problem with Serpent Warriors is you kind of have to play them with defensive, and that is whatever. Forbidden Rights, PoE, Phrecia, Poison Syndicate Operatives, Heart of Arcadia Essences. What's that? Are we just trying to tank the... Okay. Yeah, there was probably something towards the top, right? I think top rights or higher up, maybe. I don't know. Either way, it doesn't matter. Look at those projectiles. Like, look at this. The attack's so quick though. So I really have to play a golem build. I love golems, so I could go charge stack stone golem elemental paladin. That would be promising. My one qualm with golems for Phrecia is it's kind of unfortunate that they did not give us a golem ascendancy. Like we lost elementalists whose ascendancy would provide 2 golems, and we don't really have much else to show for it. And you can Forbidden Flesh and Flame one of them, but then you'd have to go like Harbinger or Bog Witch, both of which are not the best. I mean, if you were to go life stacking as well, maybe you could do a Flame Link, but like, meh. Arcane Surge, cast speed, mana regen. So I guess if you were to go this one, which is action speed, then what would you do? Buffs expire slower. From if I remember correctly, you can only have 1 Harbinger buff anyways. So you go Harbinger of Time. Because like I'm thinking in my head, I'd be thinking go a witch so you can get an extra golem. But at the end of the day, what's your max amount of golems? You can have 3 if you go hordes. This will give you a +1, 4. You can get jewels to get 5. Primordial jewels give you 5. And then elementalists will typically get you up to 7. Typically, we don't have elementalists, but if you're a witch, you get up to 6. Am I forgetting anything? And then I guess you could go one of the golem uniques, but none of the golem uniques are, I think, worth it. Clay Shaper is like probably your best bet, but who wants to run Clay Shaper really? Yeah, Clay Shaper will probably have been the best. The chain is not worth it. It's always a net DPS loss, so it's basically never worth it. It would have been so nice to have the +3, but to this day I don't know why they insist on giving you less damage, less life, all of that. Like, it makes the unique so niche. Like, basically this eliminates them from anything beyond support. Because unless you only have like 1 golem and you're going to like +3, then sure, the less damage then sure the chain would then be DPS boost. But I think from like once you have like maybe 3 to 4 golems or something like that, you're already looking at a net DPS loss by going the chain, the amulets. Could go Scion, but Gravebind on charge stack my golems and use the arbitration for mass clear. If you were to go Scion, wouldn't you just like, from a golem point of view, yes, you would have to go explode, but you could just go minion army instead, because this gives you so much in the way of like just raw numbers that I think it makes sense on a scavenger at least. Like this would be a shame of a node to not pick up if you went scavenger. Like, this is the one node that makes me want to try Scion this league. Pick Midnight Bargain, pick Cloak of Flame, and then pick 2 passive points, because nothing here Nothing here is really worth it. That was my thought process anyways. Yeah, same. And I really... I mean, I get why Golem is not there. But it should have been there. Like, just straight up, it should have been there. But here's something. Let me see. You can Forbidden Flesh and Flame Elementalist for +1 Golem. So Scion is an option. Forbidden Flesh and Flame Elementalists. Go Midnight Bargain for more supporting minions. What else would happen there? And you have so many points to actually work with. Honestly, not a bad idea. So that means on Scion as well, you'd get like 6 golems at the top end. So you'd go for like maybe one. Like personally, going for I guess a Scion build. What I would end up doing is, let me think about it a bit. I think I would go for a 12 link like I have in game. In the 12 link, I would have Ray Spectre and Golems. And for Spectres, I haven't quite decided what, but most likely Crush Claws would be the best bets. Or Forge Vendigos. Either or. Depending on the element I'm going for. I think Forge Vendigos have base POEDB. I think they have base lightning conversion, so probably Crush Claws and then convert to cold. Let me see. Or convert everything to chaos with 4 white Triad's Grip, but then Crush Claws would be awful. You'd want pure... At that point, you would want pure physical minions. Forge Vendigo, I believe, is... Yeah, they already convert to lightning. So if you're going lightning, this would be the Spectre for if you had to go cold. Then Crush Claw would be the Spectre for you if you had to go chaos. What could you go chaos with? In the price of 4 white Triad's Grip? No, but I should check. $12 at 19D. I mean, it's something you can make yourself. So like, I'm not really thinking about that because yeah, I mean, I made mine with Omen and Harvest. Like, you don't have to corrupt it. I hate the corruption step because it's so RNG. I wouldn't bother with it. Oh yeah, I forgot I was supposed to send a shipment. Now I am really an aura bot. 15 auras in my minion. I mean, that's a low life build, right? I've always wanted to run a kind of aura stacker as well. Let's do 600k. 17.1 mil is the... $905. Yeah, I think this is it. Do you guys remember yesterday when I did the exact same thing and I was seeing a 7% risk chance? That was such a weird bug. Weird stuff. Because I knew I never used to see risk chance, but... Let's see.
Off they go.
Low life but 7k ES feels okay. I mean, it is. Shaper's Touch is really helping with ES, right? I really wanted to try it on my current build, but the suffix pressure afterwards would be too intense. All right, let's think. Let's think for a second. Let me actually try to make a rough mental build with Scion right now. What would that look like? I mean, ideally, copy and convert so we can switch back and forth. It would be probably Cloak of Flame. I would like Shavron's wrapping, but the problem with Shavron's wrapping is if I decide to use my 12 link, then my shield is not available for... My shield will not be available for, what do you call it? For low life. So yeah, Cloak of Flame most likely. Go Midnight Bargain. With this, you can get 6 Spectres on a 12 link. And you can get, like I said, if you F and F plus 1 Golem, you could get 6 Golems as well. So then you could go 6 Golems, 6 Spectres. As for the Spectres in question, they'd have to be something that can benefit from melee fizz. So it has to be a melee Spectre, but it has to have full... Either it has full... It either has full fizz damage, or it's converting already and I use my gloves to convert. If I were to go lightning, then it's suboptimal without Doriani, so lightning is off the table. Code is still on the table. Code would actually be very good. What is the problem with Code? The problem with Code is 4 green Triad's Grip. That is the problem with Code. I'd have to fit 4 green gems, which would be very unideal in a setup that already has 6 links from its weapon and shield and 6 links from its chest piece gone. Taking its gloves away will only leave helmets and boots to play around with, which is unideal, of course. What else? 6 Golems, 6 Spectres. Let's say we went the Crush Claw route and we converted all to cold damage. We would have a lot of power in 12 permanent minions, and we still have access to the Anime Guardian. But the problem with the Anime Guardian means that would take up a ring slot, because with a setup like that, you would go for a hungry loop for your Anime Guardian if you wanted to explode. Hard to cook minions with that Scion? Yes, it is. Especially thinking about how we're going to need 3 Primordial Jewels for +1 Golem. So basically 4 Primordial Jewels. Where's Primordial? The Anima Stone, is it? Yeah. So I would need 3 Primordial Jewels. So that's 4 jewel sockets already taken. If I decide to Forbidden Flesh and Flame Elementalist, that's 6 jewels already taken. All in the name of getting to 6 golems, which starts to feel very not worth it. At least if you want to scale other damage other than your golems, right? Now, granted, this is Scion, and we are going to end up with like 130, 129, maybe 130 something. Yeah, we'll end up with like 130 something or 130-ish skill gems or passive points. So we do have the points to travel and get everything. It'll just be a bit more awkward. We also would not have access to leech or a source of sustain on this setup. So how do we fix that? If instead of Cloak of Flame you went Stasis Prison, then maybe that could be your source of sustain. But right now, you'd go Stone Golem for regen, and you'd have to just kind of rely on regen. We have no leech. We have no weird like Conk Ground plus ES recharge. Yeah, sustain will be rough on Scion. That's another thing. Stasis Prison is looking better and better, but how can you give me your POB? You'd have to go to Twitch. You can paste links on Twitch. I have POB as an exempted list or website that I can actually see links from. So I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube. So just switch over to Twitch and you can send the link there. If I spend all this time trying to get 6 golems and 6 specters and we do all of that, and let's say zombies as well, because this would involve zombies, it will involve skeletons. Oh shit, you know what I just realized? We might have to forego having permanent skeletons, but zombies could be there. Zombies and skeletons in chess piece with or both of them being 5 linked could be decent, because if we had permanent skeletons, then we would need an Alberon's Warpath, and that just seems like we're asking for too much at that point. No, at that point we're asking for way too much. So push damage, I can't AFK Blight Ravaged. Blight Ravaged wasn't really designed to be AFK'd. So just know that to begin with. So regardless of how much you push your damage, there is every possibility. Oh nice, I have a 12 link. There's every possibility that you will still fail some. The key to what's it called? To Blight Ravaged, you went Tread Spinner and crits. We raise zombie or slamming, carry on golem. You have really good DPS. So yeah, the key to being able to AFK Blight Ravaged, I would say, is in your AG. This setup can't. Well, maybe not can't. Maybe can't is a strong word, but it'd be very difficult. If I had to say what you need right now, you have to drop a Kingsmaker or a Kingmaker, and you have to go. Let me see. Modifiers, two-handed axes. Where is synthesis? Okay. So what you would have to do, or what if it's very important to you to AFK Blight Ravaged, I would switch Kingmaker into having two dual wield one-handed axes. Your one-handed axes will look something like this. You just need the implicits, the explode implicits. Why is this not an implicit? Two, and then we remove the fizz. Yeah, something like this. You'd have two of these weapons. One of them, I mean, I guess you could enchant with punishment on hits, which is what I typically do. Is there any global fizz damage here? What else is there? Your fist to chaos. So early weakness does nothing for you. All right. So I mean, at best, I just go. I would even bother with punishment on hits, to be honest. In that case, because we want to keep. Yeah, you have despair on hit. That's fine. So we want to make sure you don't need a windscreen. So what you would need is two of these weapons. So you'd get 30% chance to explode from your AG. You would also go for, you know, this guy, explode chest, from your chest piece, or for your chest piece. That this gives you a 30 plus 30 something, near 60% chance to explode. From your gear, I personally don't care about the items drop on death by AG. I always just go for Crusader. I typically go for Crusader. What's the other guy again? Hunter, with chance to additional curse. So you might have to give additional curse here so you can still apply your despair, but I don't think you're self-casting despair, so I don't think you actually even need the additional curse right now, at least. Then in place of Windscream, I would go Legacy of Fury with priority on chance for explode. 35% chance. You're trying to get 40% there. So by doing this, you have two sources of explode. These guys are additive to give you like almost 60% to do a tenth of their life as damage, whereas this has a 40% chance for, what is it, 8% of their life as fire damage per second. With that, is there anything we can do on the AG's gem in particular? I don't think so. Let me think. Maybe give the AG AoE. That could be very impactful instead of Summon Phantasm. Give that AoE. Um, I know you're using phantasms for recover life on minion death. But I'm not entirely convinced summon phantasm is doing all that much for you in your anime guardian summon chaos golem setup, because they are not landing too many killing blows. Your AG is exploding, and those do not count as killing blows from my testing, at least. Even if it counts as AG killing it, it doesn't, unless he like lands a killing blow. It's not going to summon the phantasm. So you might remove this for increased AoE as well. That could help. Then what else? Those would probably be all what you would need to get an AFK Blight setup. But do keep in mind, it's a big investment. Changing what your AG has means you'd be overwriting your Kingmaker, and I mean, that might not be fun. Same thing with your, I mean, you don't need a new chest if you don't cast curses yourself, so that's fine. I also would feel a lot more comfortable with a Mask of the Stitch Demon, even if it is less damage. It just makes your AG a lot harder to kill. What else? But yeah, with the, maybe I should not price that. With AFK Blights and Blight Ravaged, the thing about Blight Ravage in particular is the monsters have so much health and they spawn so quickly that it doesn't really matter that you have the damage to kill them, because you do have the damage. You have more than enough DPS. You don't need that much DPS for Blight Ravage. What you really need is 0.4 is 64. What you really need is more so to kill entire waves based on their life, and the more chance you have of exploding more. I can't kill. You can't. I mean, I think you should be able to. Like, if that's your in-game DPS, you should be able to, because like even I can do it with like, I can show you a quick Blight map, because I did some tests the other day to see how good it was, and it's a 50-50 if I get like, if I have no support from towers whatsoever. If I have no support from towers whatsoever, I cannot be stunned. No, cannot be taunted. No, we're not doing cannot be taunted. We don't want life as ES either. I think this is fine. I think that's fine. And then we give them more pack size. Yeah, when I did it Ravaged, it wasn't that I couldn't kill. It wasn't that I couldn't kill the bosses, because I could kill the bosses. The bigger problem was that I just got overrun. I couldn't kill them in time. Like, so with your amount of DPS, you should be able to kill the bosses. Now, if you have more explode, and this is why if you really want to like AFK Blight Ravaged, you want your AG setup to be different. It's because they can only be in so many places at the same time that what you ideally want is when the monsters come close, like watch what happens to this wave.
Light is trying to spread.
That you want that to happen as quick as possible so they can go to the next wave and then to the next wave and then to the next wave. So if there's more of an explode chance, you have blight bosses being shotgunned by the explosions from more smaller enemies. So you have a 30-something% chance to explode, and that's it, and that's okay. But it doesn't do enough damage to the blighted bosses to where your zombies can clean up and go to the next wave. So they still have to do significant damage on the bosses themselves. Whereas if you had more explode chance and different explode sources, then the bosses would be ticking for a lot more damage, and your zombies would have less to do. Does that make sense? That is kind of how you go with Blight Ravage, because Blight Ravage has the 200% more life. So realistically, yes, you can have like damage to where you trivialize it, but if you want to AFK it, it's more so you want them to take a lot of damage from the life of all these surrounding enemies. So like this guy is going to come here. I want to see what its life looks like the moment it comes into it's dead. I don't have 90 mil DPS, mind you. I don't have as much DPS as you do. But I do have more explode chance. So like all these dots around it are just small mobs that are dying and exploding, also damaging it. So like if I look at this guy, he's like half health already. This guy is, well, I hope that makes sense. You're not, when you want to AFK Blight, you're not actually going for like insane DPS on your character. You just want as much explode as you can to make it so they kill the bosses, because the bosses, they are very thick. Very thick.
Not let them reach the purification pump. Put out new mycelium. New roots.
One thing I also notice helps if there are multiple lanes. Having convocation on automation, but taking off this guy, convocation CDR, could be very helpful. So every once in a while it pulls your minions to you, and by pulling your minions to you, you don't allow some to sneak through. But that also has a disadvantage, because if you have this going every single time they move, this is assuming your zombies can taunt. Thank you for the follow. How do I even say your name? I guess I can call you, your name on YouTube is MM. But anyways, what was I saying? Blight Ravage map have an inherent 200% more monster life, which is a lot of life to just add on a monster, right? It's a lot of life, especially on these bosses that already have like insane amounts of life. So you really want to get as much overlap and as much like secondary damage as you can before having to then DPS them down. And at your level of DPS, minion speed might also help a lot in, it might help a lot in getting your AFK runs become more chill, because then they're able to go between lanes a whole lot like quicker Like all that damage, this guy probably just took a ton of damage and he's now...
Those fiends are getting too close to my pump.
Explode is the way. That is the moral of the story. Can't use Awakening multi-strike because multi-strike is in your weapon. You don't need multi-strike. Multi-strike doesn't help with explode, at least. Multi-strike doesn't help with explode. What you need for explode would be to change your Aegis weapon and probably boots. Oh, got a Blight Ravage, not bad. Now, when it comes to Blight Ravage on this build, I don't think we can quite solo it without any towers. I think we probably need to set up an area around the center for like to slow down enemies before we can, so we don't get overrun quite as quickly. I think that's what we need. We'll see. So if you really want to give it a shot, then what you should be looking for is you want to get 2 one-handed melee weapons. Do the weapon need any mods? I typically give the weapons like a quick... I just use Essence of Contempt until there's an open... I just use it until there's an open prefix, to which I put increased fizz. I don't think this affects the explode damage. I'm not entirely sure if it does or doesn't, but just in case it does, I always do this. Increase fizz, and I go for bleeding on hits. This guy, this hybrid mod. And then if you really wanted to, you could use an enchant, though I'm not entirely sure which enchant would be best here. If I had to say, one having punishment would be nice. If not punishment, then maybe a one-handed sword also has some modifiers to look for in terms of runesmithing enchant. So if we were to create a one-handed sword, what runesmithing enchant does it have that are different? I wonder if Legacy of Fury counts as killing an ignited enemy. I wonder if that counts as ignite. Maybe temporal chains on hit could be good, but you're also using despair, so that would make it so you have to use +1 curse, which means you need to replace chest piece, which I wouldn't recommend. That would be more investment. I don't think you want to necessarily have. So just to start things off, I guess I would go one of the weapons with punishment on hit, Actually, no, because that would also require +1 curse. Like, no, don't, you just wouldn't use any enchants if you were to use one. Maybe increase fizz, but again, I don't think that affects explode anyways. So I would just go. You know what I would do? I would go harvest enchantment with AoE instead of increase AoE instead of face damage for quality. Then you quality up your both of your weapons. That is actually what you should do. So you go harvest enchantment for, I said harvest, no heist, my guy. Increased AoE, this guy, per quality instead of runesmithing. So you do this on both weapons, and you just have your AG dual wield Ds, giving you 30% chance to explode. Now these are expensive weapons. Last I saw there were like 4 or 5 divines for the base. But once you have the base, that's all you need. You get the base, you slap on an essence of contempt, you craft your increased fizz and bleeding, and you quality harvest enchant, and you're done. Do the same thing for the second base. Give both of them to your AG, give him a legacy of fury, and that should be enough. That should be enough. If it's still not, then you could consider giving your AG increased AoE support. I said I was going to try a Blight Ravage, right? So we can try next. We can try one before we go back to mapping. This will either be extremely tough, which I expect it to be. Oh, I wasn't holding shift. We're not doing life as ES. So this is probably fine. And then we anoint it. And I think that's all. Yeah. So I'm going to build a perimeter of towers to slow them down, like just maybe chilling towers and whatnot. Maybe I should have sped them up a bit, but it should be fine.
Marching exile!
Only freeze towers. Okay, this has been a bit too effective here.
It's branching exile. Divine power.
That has been a bit too effective.
The blight is trying to spread.
I assume that area would get overrun at some point and then they'd be free.
It's put out new mycelium. New roots. It's branching exile.
So I think this should be enough. Let's drop a portal here.
The blight is trying to spread. It's put out new mycelium. New roots.
I think that's enough, to be honest. Like, I think just those towers alone should help me not get overrun to where the explode can do what it needs to do. 17 mil shipment done.
Those fiends are getting too close to my pump. It's branching exile. The blight is trying to spread.
Whenever the game freezes like that, it's some big ass explode that's about to happen. And keep in mind, like I said, we don't even have like as much damage as you do. Okay, we need to convocate here. We needed to convocate there because they were sneaking through and my zombies did not see it.
The purification pump.
Is that a crash? Yep. The game could not process the explode. The game could not handle it. That was going to be a very, very big wave of explodes. Let's hope we make it back before it, and we don't die in loading screen, because that has always been Blight's biggest weakness. The fact that the map goes on while the loading screen is on.
You're making me nervous.
Yeah, I basically crashed. Yep. It kicked me the fuck out. We had a very big chain of explosion incoming and the game just crashed basically. The stun earthing radius of the green. Oh, I know that. I know how to do normal like blight ravaged. We were trying to see what the minimum we could do to AFK a blight ravage would be. But even then, it's still quite spicy. We need 12,600 wild. The risk of lurking. Yeah, that's basically what happened. We're doing some AFK blighted maps. AFK blighted maps are fine. There's no issue, but once you get into blight ravaged, they really weren't designed to be AFK'd, so you have to take some extra steps if you want to AFK them. And I would say at a bare minimum, with my setup at least, I don't have as much explode chance as the, like, I'm not using dual wielding weapons, I'm not using the boots. If I had all those things, maybe we have even more, maybe we have like a higher odds of beating the blight ravage fully AFK. But even then, it would probably still be like iffy. It would probably still be iffy. So like my recommendation is still, why are people buying one div at a time? Should I just double it? I don't, I'm tired of selling one div at a time. 25,200 for 2D. This was 12,600 as well. And then you would be, what is your actual price right now? 13,500. So that would be 27K. Yeah, give or take. You need a backstop turret to CC them. That's what we had something similar going on. We had like one freeze turret on the left, a freeze turrets are on the pump, and I think we had a stun turret on the right. But maybe what we do, if we want to try it, is have the freeze stun. The thing is, here's the thing: if you don't have that close enough to where your minions are going to aggro, then you kind of have to wait until the pumps get, not pumps, the towers get overwhelmed and cannot freeze everything, so things leak through, and then you blow everything in that line up. The problem is, if they're getting overrun, you don't want it to be the boss that makes it through. At least if it is, you don't want this to be the same thing on all sides. So I guess ideally, let me try to show if I can. This would be the ideal case scenario. We have like these two be stun and freeze, and then we have like, I think there are multiple here that could have been stun and freezes, like stun freeze that covers these two lanes, and maybe we have something make on top of the pump just to make sure, and that would probably be okay. But you don't want something like here, because here zombies are never aggroing there from here, and like same thing with here, you don't want like here because that's way outside the aggro range. You need something that is still within aggro range to where they would still try to clear it when they have more space. Imbued harvests, yes. Did I finish playing around with the idea I had? I think I was fleshing out the Zoomancer with golems and whatnot, and I couldn't figure out a solution for sustain. I think to this moment I still can't really figure out sustain. Oh, I shouldn't have clicked that before Katarina. No, she has Phrezia's.
We are
Arman, what up? Welcome. How you doing?
death will never come from the north. Your soul burns for me. Kulamak, arise, my children.
My mana is spent.
Feed.
You know, if there's one ascendancy I really want to play around with, I want to play around with Ancestral Commander and just have a stupid amount of endurance charges. But like, it becomes very difficult to do that.
Kulamak.
It becomes very difficult to do that if you want to make use of charges for your minions. I can't think of a minion that would love endurance charges off the top of my head. Like, there's some,
Give your soul to
but those minions that love charges or would love endurance charges specifically from an offensive point of view
arise.
want to consume the endurance charges, and I don't think Devour of Minds lets you consume them. I want to do discharge on Ancestral Commander. Not great for minions unless there's a minion that casts discharge. Oh, that's exactly what I was talking about. There actually is a minion that... There are minions that cast discharge. Spectres. You can find these guys in lab and in a couple of different spaces. But let me actually just do this. Let me show you what I mean. Chevron's Gemlin. Is it Gemlin? Undying Grapplers, Chevron's Gemlins. Yeah, these guys. So Monster Discharge. They also have Undying Gemlins as well. And you can give them your charges with... Where is it? I don't have PoE Wiki open. Can't imagine it doesn't behave like the real skill. It does, but here's the thing. You need to find a very healthy source of charges for them. And so far, I haven't found that. Devourer of Minds makes it so their maximum becomes same as yours. So they have a lot of endurance charges with Ancestral Commander. But the problem is, I don't know a single source unless I'm spamming like Enduring Cry or something. I don't know a single source of like consistent like endurance charge gain for your minions. If you were to give them Replica Victorious Charity, it's decent, but like it's not that great. It's not that great. Yeah, they're not they aren't party members, so you can't use conduits. They count as nearby like allies, but sadly they are party members. Like GGG knew what they were doing when they warded that node like that. They knew exactly they knew exactly the player base they were targeting to not use it. Warlord is fine for 3 charges every 9 seconds, but we're going to need a whole lot more. I guess one thing we could do is we could check Enduring Cry. It just flat out grants the endurance charges. So yeah, it wouldn't be great. If it was endurance charges every so often, then I can see it working. At the end of the day, I think it's a case of you have to give them Replica Victorious Charity, as well as you need to use Enduring Cry. And of course, stack as many endurance charges as possible. Now, if you were to pair this with Ralakesh, then their defenses would also be solid, because they would always count as having how many endurance charges are that? Is that we have 3 base, we have 3 from the Ascendancy, we have 3 on the 3, so like 9ish. They will count as 9 endurance charges, and then plus 1 endurance charge from, like, let's say you go double comb sign, then that's 11ish endurance charges. But how do we get them 11 endurance charges each by the time they need to cast? I don't think that is possible. Now again, Replica Victorious Charity and Necromantic Aegis kind of helps on that front, because we have this guy, 5% chance on hit, and since they all have it, since they all have access to the shield, there should be like 1 endurance charge or 2 coming out of every wave of casts. But here's the thing. If we go Flicker Strike, we might have to use something like endurance charge on melee stun. So they also gain. Is there any ways to reduce enemy stun thresholds so they become very stunnable? And so for every like flicker, I mean, even if they get stunned, that's the one. That's like that particular minion having the charge to then use it. That is not 10 charges. We need to like literally start printing endurance charges for them. Enduring Cry would give them, I think from what we saw, it was about 6, right? Enduring Cry was about 1 per 5 power up to a max of 25. So 5. This would give them 5 endurance charges, and we can get the cooldown of Enduring Cry pretty low. I would say we can probably get it as low as what? Maybe 3 seconds, maybe slightly lower. Who has Vaughn here? Okay, good. We killed the person. Oh, you mean like one of the war cries are lower stun threshold? Maybe. Let's see. War cry. This is about rage. This is armor. This is increased stun threshold for your allies. So that one is increased stun threshold. This one is move speed. This guy is added AD based on your weapon. This is base fire damage. And fizz as extra. This is General's Cry. This is Enduring Cry, which is regen and endurance charges. This is crits. And this is auto exertion. And then we have elemental res. It is likely that an old version did. Yes, you are probably correct on that. I don't know what the old versions did, but the new versions do not. I think there might be a banner that might help with that. Honestly, it's possible. Let me check banners. War banner. War banner might do that, or dread banner. AoE aura effect. This is accuracy and fizz damage with melee skills. Dread banner. I know dread banner is like what? Spell suppress. Recover life when blocking. It's block. Let's just block and recover life on block. And then Defiance banner is movement speed and spell suppress. Spell suppress, movement speed. Yeah. You are correct. That is what I am currently doing for this setup. The problem is it doesn't give your minions those. It's not giving your minions the charges. Because in this case, we're trying our best to provide our minions charges. 25 to 100. Bruh. Wait, boats? 50k for 100. Thank you. So yeah, if there's wait, actually let's check. Devourer of Minds. It doesn't give your allies when you gain charges, right? Minions just count as having same endurance, same max charges as you. And they count as having the same number of charges as you. But they don't actually gain charges when you gain charges, which would have been what would have made discharge specters insane. There's also, I guess, Warlord's Mark. But you can't have everybody marked because there's a maximum amount of marks you can have, right? What could be a source? Because like this is the reason I know about this minion in particular is I have wanted to make a build out of them for the longest time, like genuinely. But like because of how limited the support for like minion and charges are, it's always just been like not possible. At least until they make conduit affect minions. Conduit would, if conduit affected minions, it would solve everything, because then when every minion gets any charge, they all get charges, and as such everybody has max charges instantly. But wait, you were able to AFK a map? A Blight Ravaged? Oh, she just has 4 bosses. This is gonna be a spicy one, boys. This is gonna be mad spicy. Congratulations. Oh god. We're in some trouble, aren't we? Some of them duplicated as well. Because when I saw your POB, I knew you had the damage. It was more so just explode. You needed more in the way of explode support just to help. So I'm glad that worked out. Oh god. Okay, one more is dead, I hope. Okay, there's only like 2 left alive, I think. There's one more, I think. Here. Hey, when are you going to start with your Huag character? Oh, I already did Huag. That was my second character after Absolution. I've already played the build. I've updated it as well. I am gonna edit a video for it. I've recorded it. I just need to do some editing and it should be live. I want it to live by like tomorrow or next. But yeah, that is all that's left for the Huag. The POB currently is up to date on the videos at least. Oh, okay, let's just stay here. My goodness, can you phase already? You're welcome. There should be, I think, on the main Herald of Agony video, I think I put a date for when I made the updates, which was a week and a half ago or a week ago, something like that. Yeah. March 11, yes. Sounds about right. Wait, it's already been 11 days since then? Oh, time flies. But I guess I have been working on this zombie build for a bit. So that makes sense. We have so much juice to pick up. We still have like 2 other areas that have juice. You found Purity more enjoyable than Herald of Agony? The thing about Herald of Agony, so one thing I found out about Herald of Agony is, at least with this Fallen version, it is very comfortable, and it feels very nice to play. But the moment you're doing any amount of content that doesn't involve like hyper juicing your map and you have like a ton of mobs, its clear speed just falls. Like I have a video showcase of what it looked like clearing a Delirium T16, and for the most part in this video, I am not actually clicking anything. This 60% delirious, I am not actually using any skills because everywhere is packed to the brim with like monsters, things are hitting you, you're casting, you have all these different things taking poison, and as such you have like very good clear, especially with the Explode Animate Guardian in a tight environment like this really helps. But if you like, when I was farming Betrayal, because Betrayal required like white, you'd only run like white T16 maps, so the monster density was not that high. It felt so much slower because every single pack you would have to drop like the Arcanist brand to make sure your DPS was decent, and it just you know. I noticed that the clear DPS is linked to the amount of monsters around you. So like when you do very juice content like this, it feels very good because like you're just mowing down enemies. But when you're doing like it's basically a build designed around juice content. For juice content, it does really well, but like non-juice content, it's going to be much slower than like other minion builds that you could do. It was incredible in the middle of Harvey, but in general. And like Arcanist brand helps with it in the sense that you don't have to like stand there casting to help with your virulence. But like when I play a minion build, I want to not click stuff. I don't want to. I'm not playing a spellcaster. I'm not scaling cast speed to where I would like it to. I'm not scaling all these things that would make maybe a spellcaster feel great. I want to play a minion build, and in that regard, you know, this Fallen just fits. But you then also just have to accept the downside of that, which is if the content is not juiced, or if you killed like most of the screen and there's not much left, your clear speed is gonna fall. Like here, I'm not clicking anything. I'm just walking. And this isn't even like a mage blood version, or this is actually still just darkness enthroned and whatnot. I'm just moving. Things are hitting me and we're chilling. This is a level 93 character or something. I don't remember what level I was here. But this character doesn't even have like, it doesn't have the grasping vines giving less damage. There's like defensive layers, it just is lacking because it doesn't have the skill points on the tree because of it. But like, it's still solid all the same. It still does like Uber Maven pretty well. Not Uber Maven, regular Maven. It does Uber bosses well as well because they are big targets, and Ball Lightning as well as Firestorm of Pelton loves them because they don't move all that much. But yeah, if I were to actually play this character, like if I wanted to actually like play this character long term, you know what I would honestly do with it to fit my playstyle? And I thought about it and I started POBing it for a bit. I POB'd it for a bit, but the goal there would be to make a potential AFK ultimatum farmer. The biggest downside of which would be we would have to drop some of our permanent minions because ultimatum has some very nasty things to deal with. So like I know it has like some insane fizz degens and dots, those kind of shit. Like if unless you really scale minion defenses or you use the summon phantasm minion life on death tech, you're gonna struggle to keep them alive. So that said, I mean, you don't need that much damage for ultimatum, so you actually could, in theory, but you wouldn't want a situation where because there are less monsters on the screen. That's good tech right there. Yeah, that is what I did for the medium, and when I played through, I made sure the low and medium budget had it to keep specters alive much more, I guess, frequently. So basically the way it would work is you would put summon phantasm on your Herald of Agony. That meant whenever your Herald of Agony killed an enemy or hits a rare / unique enemy, it would summon phantasms. When you get to the maximum amount of phantasms, it starts replacing phantasms. But the replaced phantasms are all, when the phantasms get replaced, it counts as the one getting replaced dies. So you then just have like constantly dying phantasms, which would then constantly keep feeding your alive minions life, basically. I'm doing a variant of that on this build right now with my zombies have summoned phantasms, and we have life from minion death coming from here on this character. Where can I click? On Herald of Agony, we went for the mastery, the last one you see there, but it's the same concept. Then in the high budgets, I think in that version we have enough minion defenses to where we don't need the tech anymore, and we can get by with double renewals. But it also depends on the type of content you run, and if you go really juiced, then it might still be worth it to just take that DPS loss for permanent minion survivability. Because like I'm all for comfort personally. So if there's any reason that I will feel okay, maybe I have to even slightly worry about a permanent minion dying, I'm just gonna throw it. I'm just going to toss it in. Because I as much as I don't care, I don't like having to manage permanent minions if I don't have to, which is why we're using it here, because scaling block on zombies and trying to get life on minion block and all of that is fine and all, but if they're still dying without bone offering, then it just, why even bother? That's why we're not going decay ward on this build, because with the way I would typically give zombies defenses is they aren't the tankiest monsters out there, so I would give them life on block from this node and give them as much block chance as I could. But giving them as much block chance as I could involved getting Fortress Covenant, which I have, which is 12% block AD and spell. I even got a perfect one for them. It involved going for this Forbidden Flesh and Flame right here. Where are you at? 7. It involved going for this guy right here, Bastion of Hope, which is 25 block AD and block spell for you and nearby allies. And it still didn't matter, unless like the nearby on this was so small that when I thought it wasn't work, when I thought they were dying, was really them being out of range because they're aggressive, which would be valid. Honestly, it's completely valid there. It's a possibility, but if that's a possibility, then it should be accounted for. So I just said, you know what, screw all that. I'm just going to sacrifice some damage, and we're chilling now. And even then, they still kind of die, but that's just zombies. That's zombies being zombies. The only way to get them to not die is to use some other minion as your permanent minion, which is possible. But why even go strength stacker if you're not going to use zombies for the leech? Seems like such a waste. So what were we brainstorming again? We were thinking, oh yeah, by the way, Fedekin is out. Fedekin, I think is how they say that. How was your experience with Herald of Purity? I didn't really play with them past like I think I was leveling with them at some point, but I didn't really play with them past that. Did you play Herald of Purity this league, and how did they feel? Kind of curious. And also, what the thing we were brainstorming, for those that are just coming in, what we were actually brainstorming a while ago was if there was any source of endurance charges, which honestly we can just click endurance charges. If there are any sources of endurance charges that could literally print endurance charges for our minions. Because if we can find a source of this, then we can maybe make a Discharge Spectre build on Ancestral Commander that would be giga tanky for us, because I really want to play around with 10 endurance charges. Like, who doesn't? Like, you're telling me you can just have, how much PDR is that? 10 endurance is 40% PDR, and if you get the Forbidden Flesh and Flame, that's 50% PDR. 55 if you go 11 endurance charges like that. So like, goddamn, 55% PDR just from endurance charges, EDR as well on top of your early res. You're basically almost immortal at that point. Like, I really want to, like, if there's anything I want to experience before Phrecia is done, I would like to experience that. Flare is okay. Single target is great, and with Gravebind, they keep themselves up, so I just use Warm Flask at the start of the map and then walk through and they do everything. What if I use my 12 link on them? That would reserve, like, even with the reservation of Herald, that would reserve a lot of mana. But it's not like I have to worry about auras. So there's that. What is their base duration? What does that look like? Let me see. Herald of Purity. $12 seconds. So long as you keep going during this time. I'll look at them a bit more. Maybe I would actually try playing Herald of Purity. Only thing is, I would then need to have Gravebind myself, and as such, we can't use a regular Explode AG. We can use an Asenat's Gentle Touch AG. Yeah, we can use an Asenat AG, but not a Gravebind AG. But with Asenat, you'd have to support him with melee splash at a minimum for that explode to be efficient. But that would probably be what I would do if I were to go Herald of Purity. So it's a max of 4 Sentinels, and then Herald gives you, how many was that? 2 extra? Yeah, 2 extra, so 6 Sentinels. 20% chance when you hit a rare or unique enemy. Did you find that you needed to hit unique enemies, or did they just summon themselves? I assume this means you have to have a skill that hits. Like, it's not negotiable. So maybe you'd still have like a Ball Lightning or Firestorm setup for a single target on your Curse Arcanist brand. Why is this flying off the shelf? 25200. Bruh. There. Having to type that very quick. Not ideal. Storm, oh, I mean, very, very, very fair point. Stormbrand would be enough. Minions deal a whole lot of more face damage. And if I remember correctly, they actually have a slam, right? They have an area of effect attack in a cone in front of them. So you might not even need a like melee splash or anything. All you would need is you would need this guy right here. Cluster Jewel, medium, minion damage while Herald, and it's called Disciples. You need Disciples, which gives them Giga CDR. You'd probably Giga skill CDR with Ashes. Basically play it how I would have gone with my Absolution in the high budget, in the ultra high budget. Giga skill the CDR, and then they're just spamming AoE, so you don't have to worry about melee splash. Your AG would still be maybe I should play around with Heart of Purity. It might be fun. You know what? I'll POB something. I'll POB something. Maybe next stream for Heart of Purity. Give my Herald character another purpose in life. Should be fun. Should be fun. And because it's a traditional minion build, I should be able to scale it with like more traditional minion stats, minion damage, minion attack cast speed, minion defenses as well, and not feel too bad about it. One thing to note. Okay. It refreshes. I wanted to see if they died. They refresh. So that does not count as dying. So this cannot be used as an engine for recovery. But just wanted to confirm on that. All right, back to the problem at hand. Endurance charges. Warlord's Mark. Double stun duration. 10 rage when stunned. 5% chance to grant endurance charge when hits. How can I give them charges? Share endurance charges with nearby party members. But these are party members, not allies, so it still wouldn't work. You want equal to yours. I mean, that's still fine. Also, Stormbrand on a boss will heal them. Yeah, they refresh with Stormbrand. Strangle Gasp X2 in 1 hour. 100 diff profit. God damn. Are you just AFKing Blight Ravage now? Oh, that's insane. Congrats. Big congratulations. Bring out rain, gain endurance. This is a helmet. I can't give them helmets. Gain this when you lose a power charge. I also tried Dodri's elixir and what is the name of the belt again? Umbilicus Immortalis or whatever they call it. I tried that and that would work, but the problem is this also removes most of their life. And it does a decent amount of damage and it removes their ES. So this just makes them squishier and I don't particularly like it. Not to mention it's a mana pot, a mana flask, so it's like you have to manually press it whenever you want to just inject charges into them, which is unideal. Replica Victorious Charity. Yeah, Replica Victorious Charity is like the #1 thing we're going to have to give them with Necromantic Aegis. But that would not be enough because I don't think they hit quite fast enough for it to sustain, because every single time they cast discharge, they're literally going to go from however many endurance charges to 0. So we need a way to potentially give them 10 endurance charges in, I forget the cooldown of this skill, but I think it's like 4 seconds. They also have this skill which gives everybody frenzy charges, and that should help them with frenzy charges, but that we're looking at for endurance charges right now, and there is no endurance charge monkey. What if there was a way? I mean, currently there isn't, but like, I guess the best thing that we could have done, if it was possible, is we could have found a balance. Like if we were Raid Lord and we went 10 endurance charges, we could have found a balance of perfect warlords and maybe these guys to where they stagger their shouts to where we always have damage, like maybe 5 warlords or something, and their shouts would then be staggered to the point where every like other second you have one of them shouting. Every other second one shouts, giving them 3 endurance charges, which they then use, and then 2 seconds later another one shouts, and this goes on until the first one is off cooldown. But that is not possible, because what happens when you log in, they would all probably be synced up with their shout cooldowns, and then they're going to give your specters like insta 10 endurance charges. Then the moment that's used, we're back to square one. They have nothing until all their cooldowns are down, and then boom, big endurance charge hit again, and then back to nothing. Yeah, it's not looking like there's anything I can do for Discharge Spectre specifically. And there really aren't too many other sources. I guess if we have a few perfect warlords, like 2 or 3, to give them 9 endurance charges every 9 seconds, give or take, that would be a healthy damage boost. And then in the lull periods where that is not happening, we would also have Enduring Cry to give them endurance charges. But like that then just devolves into you wouldn't want to play this in a clear environment, because that would mean like every 5 seconds or however short your cooldown for Enduring Cry is, you would be casting Enduring Cry. Now, if we were to use, wait, hold up. What if we found a way to use, what am I looking for? Eternal Apple. It's Eternal Apple, right? What if we found a way to use an eternal apple? Because this triggers socketed war cries when you lose endurance charges. So if we made it so we giga stacked endurance charges, or we giga stacked minimum endurance charges, that'd be a lot of minimum to have. That'd be so much minimum. So here, this is a big node. This effectively halves their cooldown an extra. So if we use this guy, just baseline, Enduring Cry goes from an 8-second cooldown to a 3-point-something-second cooldown. James, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. And welcome. This would take the cooldown of Enduring Cry down to 3 seconds, 3-point-something seconds. We scale cooldown recovery rate even more. Maybe we get it down to 2 seconds. Then we just need to make sure we are losing endurance charges every X amount of seconds. Now, when our minions cast their wave of endurance charges, we should get to max endurance charges, and that would make us lose endurance charges, and that would make it trigger a socketed Warcry skill. So now all we need to do... Wait. What if we used... Let me see if I... Enduring Composure. What if we used a Forbidden Rites setup to make sure we're always getting hits for the purpose of Enduring Composure? Then we pair Enduring Composure with Inexorable to make it so that sometimes we gain even more endurance charges. And then we just supplement these two with like some minimum power charges. If we get like, let's just say 2 rare rings and we have a max of 9, that means we have, I guess, 7 endurance charges to get through before we can trigger Enduring Cry. That would take 7 seconds with just Enduring Composure. Or it would take, like on average, let's say 4-ish seconds with Inexorable plus Enduring Composure. Now, if we were to go back to base ascendancies, this one also gives... Actually, we don't need Enduring Composure if we get this guy as a Forbidden Flesh and Flame. But I would much rather have Unrelenting as the Forbidden Flesh and Flame we use, so there's that. But honestly, Unflinching would be perfect because that 25% chance would make it so we get to max a lot and then we lose the charges, and then that triggers Enduring Cry, which... This needs a bit of cooking. Let me think. This would be so nice, but then here's the caveat. We don't have the shield spots because Eternal Apple is there, so we can't actually use something like Red Blade Banner. Oh, come and get this. I wish I didn't sell my Triad's grip. Why? 31-2. $81,200. Oh wait, my bad. So that is 31 to and then the 50. Thank you. What the fuck? Did he cancel the other person? Invites. That was weird. So this person wants blue 81. So 3. Oh god. 311150. $81 150, right? All right. Thank you. All right. Because I have now gone through 15 div of life force and have done 5 temples and still no 4 whites. Oh wow, that's unlucky. Whenever I try to get my 4 whites triad grip, it only cost me like a few tries to get the whites actually with this guy, because like this is like 1 divine and then this is like half a divine, so it's like 1.5 divines an attempt. So you've tried 10 times and failed that one socket. I hope you remember to use Omen of Blanching to get your first 3 white sockets before you use this for the 4th one. Okay, so here's the thing I was thinking about with this idea. It doesn't have infinite war cry power, this guy. So enduring cry would not always give the max amount of power of endurance charges. I guess let's see. Is there any way to get that effect on, I want to say, on anywhere that is not ascendancy? Endurance charges. Minimum endurance charges, which could help us get to like maybe 5, and actually we could easily use to get +1 that's +4. We could get +4 with 2 grand spectrums. $27,050. Thank you. All our juice is selling out. Oh shit, we're already up to 50 divines. I wasn't expected to be there yet. I still have so many maps to run. Anyways, they have 3 whites. The last one won't go white. That is unlucky. That is mad unlucky. Gain endurance charge. Wait, lose endurance charges on use. This would also proc Eternal Apple because whenever you lose... Huh. It consumes 40 charges. If we can get to 8 minimum endurance charges... If we get to exactly 8, or better still, if we were to just use 3 grand spectrums with +1 min endurance charge to give us 9 minimum endurance charges, and we get to 10 maximum, then every second, we would have Eternal Apple proc. Thank you. Okay, so what was I saying? Every second we can get Eternal Apple to proc. Every single time Eternal Apple procs, if we can get Enduring Cry's cooldown to below 1 second, then what effectively would happen? What would happen would then be with a Forbidden Flesh and Flame of Chieftain's Infinite Warcry, that Enduring Cry would give them... Do I not have Enduring Cry? Where did I check Enduring Cry? It doesn't matter. I think it was 5 charges, right? Five power to you. 25. So yeah, it's to give them 5 endurance charges every second, give or take. And of course it had Giga Life Regen as well, right? So this means we'd be permanently on 10 endurance charges ourselves, and they would have 5 every second, ignoring the frenzy charges from here. And having 10 endurance charges means, or 5 I guess, means we have a base damage of almost 5k and almost, I don't know, 3,500 or something, which is a very decent base damage to be at. But like, this also has a short cooldown. I don't remember exactly how short. Chevron's Gemlin, let's see. I had a conversation with Dominated about it at some point, and I don't remember if it was them or if it was Undying Grapplers that have, one of them has cooldown. Dominated, Chevron, Gemlin. Yes. If I can find the information here, this so it has a global cooldown, so the specters don't use it that much. It also does not repeat. Undying Grapplers. Does he have one for Undying Grappler? No, he doesn't. Okay, let me find that message from way back when. So it looks like they do have a global cooldown for the Chevron's Gemlins. Let's see, where is that? I'm still looking for the message, to be honest. I found something else. They have a global cooldown of 0.75 seconds. These are the ones I was looking for. I found the message. There it is. These guys do not have the same internal cooldown. So if we were to use a level 78 version of these, the fire damage is not that great anymore. For like 5 at least. For 5 endurance charges, we'd be looking at like 2500 base damage. Maybe slightly more. Since we're going Spectres as well, I guess we could go for... We could skip out on Devourer of Mind because the whole point of this is endurance charges. And we can use... What was the name of that thing again? Ambu's Charge or something. All right, so we've basically sold most of our blue juice. We have 54D. We should get our Progenesis. Anyways, I'm digressing. So we give them that, so they are constantly using discharge at least once every second. They also have access to their... These guys don't generate... They're not like Chevron's Gemlin who generates frenzy charges. These guys don't. I guess having a 0.75 internal cooldown is not the end of the world when you think about it. Because even if they have the internal cooldown, it just means they have slightly more time to get more charges before they use discharge. But then if there are too many of them doing that exact same thing, then that could affect, I guess, clear speed. It just means once they cast it, they're not going to cast it for at least a minimum of 0.75 seconds. And they also generate their own frenzy charges, which is why he has frenzy charges. So if we had like 5 of these, it could be a fun experiment. And again, because all we care about is endurance charges, we can still use a Wraith Lord to have a lot of them. And we can pair it with... Where is that chest piece? Ambu's whatever. This guy, Ambu's Charge. Which means... Oh no, this is freaking party members. Never mind. Just party members. So we still kind of have to use Devourer of Minds, which means it's not available on Great Lord setups. So that means we'd be limited to 5 Spectres. We'd be limited to 5 Spectres. with a +1 Spectre chest. We could even use something like this. Well, 5 Spectres +1 Spectre chest. We have 5 Gemlins doing their thing, using discharge every 0.75 seconds, generating frenzy charges. It's not the worst idea out there, to be honest. If we are going to maybe mix Chevron's Gemlins and Shadow Lurkers, because by mixing them, is there even a point? Also, let's actually just figure out what amount of scaling we need real quick to have enduring. Ancestral Commander. What amount of scaling do I need? To have Enduring Cry's cooldown recovery speed be 1 second. Now for Enduring Cry specifically, Eternal Apple, does that give cooldown recovery? It does. It thankfully does. All right. Enduring Cry. Its cooldown is 2.6 seconds. Is there any Cry support that also increases its cooldown? Auto exertion should, but that would remove the entire purpose of it. So we can't use auto exertion. Okay. So I guess we're limited to the tree. So that is you. I guess we just do that. War Cry, is there cooldown recovery here? Dude, tell me.
I'm in danger.
Does that say a question? Where else do we have War Cry? This is not cooldown recovery. Is this cooldown recovery? This is just buff effect. Wait. No. Wait. Okay, the buff effect shouldn't mess with endurance charge gain, because the buff is the life regen. Okay. Then we have I mean, I can't say I have watched as much Simpsons as I would have liked, honestly, but that's I'm in danger line, or I guess meme, if you will. I love it. I love it so much. Those are actual lines? Oh my lord. He sounds like a fucking character. Do we Wait. I just remembered something that's important. Do we still have Warcry cooldown recovery speed on tattoos? Please tell me we do. Oh shit, we do. We still fucking do. All right. So we know what we can do as well. We can just spam those tattoos. Even now, it's still on a 2-second cooldown. Let's get boots in here. I don't care what boots, just boots. Exarch Eater. One of you has Warcry. I think it's Eater. You have cooldown recovery rates. General Cry cooldown recovery rates. I guess we have to go for generic cooldown recovery rate because enduring cry cooldown recovery rate. Shit. Okay, that's what I actually need. Let's try to get the. Okay, no, that's fucking expensive. Let's try to get something more reasonable. Okay, let's say 5. I hope Settlers goes core. I don't think I can go without my town anymore. I mean, oh shit! Thank you for reminding me about the town. We have a 17 mil shipment to see. I DM'd you a goated comment. What did you DM me? Okay, chats. Let's see what Arcane DM me this time. On today's episode of Random Things, Arcane DMs. Let's see. Riftbane, where do I look for corrupted fish? Riftbane glows while in area containing a unique fish. You can catch. Wait, there's a fucking corrupt. Wait, what? Interested. Cast speed, corrupted fish. Yo, I love the fishing meme. I forgot the name, but it's one of the Yugol as a map boss as well as the one that petrifies you has to be an 8 mod corrupted, of course. There's also a Valside area where you can only catch corrupted fish implicit. The only problem is that you have to use an alchemy orb and then Valside area for a 1 in 180 chance for the implicit. I usually call it apparitions of Atsiri that you have to be able to tag while fishing. I did it. Still die with how tacky I was. I hate those apparitions so much, man. Why are you trolling them? Like, why? Why? Just why? Troll? Uh-huh. You did not do it on any castle and stun setup. I can tell you that much. What is the cooldown now? It's still 1.8. It is rough. I don't think we can get this to 1.5 or 1 or 2 seconds. I think this has to just be a 2-second cooldown. I think genuinely this has to be a 2-second cooldown. I don't think any further investment is worth it because to remove an extra second, I would need, what is it, about 100% cooldown recovery rate to take it from 8 to 4. 200% would take it to 2. So I need 300% increase cooldown recovery rates, and right now we're at 120. I don't know, an amount. I don't feel like counting this. I guess if we keep just stacking these tattoos, maybe.
Yes, that is a plausible reason to speak to Isla.
Oi, I didn't say you should talk.
Got some goods in from the Karui.
Boys, wish me luck. Saj. No mirror shard. Surely I get something good. Movement speed is actually decent, I think. Is it decent? Yeah, 70C. Life recovery, flask effects. We get chance to poison. This is worth a divine. Not bad. Is there any... Oh, look at who we're just talking about. Evasion is good. Okay. 70-ish, 80-ish C. Chance to avoid being stunned. Not much. Marks. This says there are 4 divines. Is that possible? Actually, it just looks like people just list stuff like a divine. This is not worth a divine, I don't think. Yeah, it's like 10C. Okay.
What was I doing again?
Where was I putting tattoos again? Oh yeah, here. Block is huge. Oh shit, it is. It's actually worth money to at least a divine to 2 divines. We got a decent amount of tattoos on average. Didn't get mirror shard, but we got something. Daddy Somaki is crying. One was from a Halloween episode after his dad, the chief, is stabbed in the belly. Wait, so it was actually bleeding. If I like when I read the line in my head, I thought he was talking about maybe Mans was hungry or something. Might try Love the Wild's build too. Love the Wild, so that's wolves, right? I mean, wolves are not a bad idea. You can get wolves to, if I remember correctly, you can 9-link them, right? Because you can have 3 support gems on the weapon and 3 on his squire, so that's 6, 7-link rather, not 9, 7. You can 7-link it. Or I guess you could go for a weapon that has wolves triggered on crits, I guess. Was it on kill? No, that's on kill, not on crits. I think it's what, it's a dagger enchant. That could also be an option to 12-link it, but with worse wolves, I guess. So if we were to use a, what's the word I'm looking for here? If we are gonna use Supreme Ostentation, a timeless jewel, to make it so we don't need attribute requirements, maybe we can then just use enough like strength nodes, like turn all our strength nodes into Warcry cooldown recovery. Each one is contributing so little though. It's like 0.3, so you need so many. I don't think it's worth it. At that point, I don't think it's worth it. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it at that point. I think realistically, Enduring Cry procs, you have a second Warcry in here that you would also give them, like, I don't know, what is your base crit chance on this guy? 4%, you could maybe use that chance whenever enduring cry procs. That gives you another proc of your eternal apple to then proc another war cry. And in this case, the second war cry can be the one that gives crit chance, so you can actually go decent crit scaling. Is it battle mage? Yeah, battle mage. Battle mage cry is also one of the few ways you could potentially, I think, make. I would like to believe this can make your Aegis explode crits, because this is just a generic plus to flat crits. Forgot to talk. Are you leveling right now? If it makes you feel better, on my current character, I was level 93 or 94, 92 to 94, when I realized I had 2 campaign points missing. Don't be like me. Do not be like me. I felt so dumb. Like and how I found out that I had missing points was just the most random thing. I imported my character into POB, and instead of my character's timeless like cluster Joe to show up like this. I think I didn't have this point then. Instead of it to show up like this, it showed up with like 2 extra points here selected. And I'm like, why is POB putting these points? So I make sure the auto level thing is working, and I remove those 2 points. And then he told me I was 2 levels under my current level, and I'm like, wait, what? That can't be right. So I made sure the tree was the same, looked in game exactly the same, like, and I was like, this does not compute. I don't get what is happening. Then I was like, wait. I went in game, did slash passives, and I had the I have never face palmed so hard. I'm just like, oh, what? Okay. Don't be like me. And I had done the quest. I did the quests. I just didn't talk to the NPC to give me the reward. That was it. I literally just went to Act 8 and I got my 2 books and I left. Oh, don't be like me. Do slash passives when you're done with the campaign to make sure you have all your points. This reminds me of when I was doing Herald of Agony as well. I made that stupid mistake. When I made my Herald of Agony character, it was when I got to, I think I had done, at that point I had done like Maven, I had done Cortex, I had done most T6, I had done T16 strats, I had done T17s as well. Then I think I was just doing something random, and a viewer says, "No Uber Lab?" Question mark. And I'm like, "No Uber Lab? What do you mean no Uber?" Oh, I never did it, did I? Oh my god. Done some dumb stuff when creating characters this Phrecia. Oh my lord. Alright, so where were we? We were contemplating Eternal Apple. And what was the cry again? The crit chance cry, intimidating cry, was it? No, it was Battle Mage's cry. So then they'd have a bit of extra crit chance to where maybe it would just give them some extra damage, but I don't know if that's worth it. What are other secondary cry options? Phrecia extra would do nothing. Yeah, Phrecia extra does nothing. Intimidating cry, movement speed is high. Added attack damage is it's fuck, it doesn't do much for discharge. More armor per power, nah. I think at the end of the day, Battle Mage's Cry is the one thing that could actually benefit them. Maybe Infernal Cry as well, because with Infernal Cry, the enemies explode, right? Perform a war cry that does the user and nearby allies gains above that grants a portion of their phase as extra fire. In addition to being taunted, enemies are inflicted with a debuff causing them to explode when they die. That's what I'm talking about, that explode. So maybe Infernal Cry just for that bits, but like that'd be about it. What the fuck is this? I have never seen this weapon. Ever. I guess right now I should probably buy my Progenesis. Probably. I have so much currency right now. And all I've been doing all stream is standing in hideout. I've done like 3 maps and I've just been standing here. Theory crafting. How much AoE can we give them? That is the next question. You may share this. Don't worry, one Progenesis bought and that shit will look empty. I buy one Progenesis, my stash is gonna look like the tumbleweed just rolled through. If it's every 2-ish seconds that I give them charges, every 2 seconds I give them charges, then we still have, they are also producing charges for themselves. We have 5 of them. So they would still do, where is it? Chevron's Gemlins. They still give every 4 seconds. They also give themselves frenzy charges. So in one cooldown period, they would have 5 endurance charges from me. They use that. Then they would all cast mass frenzy. This would give them 5 frenzy charges. Actually, no, this will give them max frenzy charges, which is 3. So unless I scaled max frenzy charges, this would just... I guess what I could also do, paired with this, is still use the badge of the Brotherhood, right? And then scale power charges to make it so we have 10 endurance personally. We'd have 5 power and 5 frenzy. We would have no source of power charges, however. But because they give themselves frenzy charges, at the very least, they would have 5 frenzy charges to work with when they all cast that mass frenzy. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Because like if they have 5 frenzies, where's frenzy? That's a decent amount of cold damage, especially if they also have the fire damage to then hit with as well. We could even give them code to fire as a gem so that the frenzy charges. Yeah, code to fire is the support gem, right? So frenzy charges would then do half of their damage as fire, so we can properly scale like fire damage. So endurance charge gives fire, frenzy charge would then give him half code, half fire to even scale the fire portion. So it would then start technically playing like a fire build. And for sake of damage uptime, we could look into, what's the word I'm looking for here? We could look into ignite and ignite prolif. Antaronian, welcome. How you doing? How you doing today? We could look into ignite prolif, which would make it so when they have downtime on charges from me, there is still some damage happening. Only problem with having said ignite is the only problem with having that ignite would be that it doesn't stack. Each minion would apply an ignite, but only one I would actually deal damage. But that said, it's still going to be the highest one that does actual damage. Yeah, I'm doing good. I was talking about how I wanted to try Ancestral Commander before the season goes out because of the simple fact that I will probably never have another opportunity to run around with 10 endurance charges, and that just seems absolutely dumb, so to say. So then as I got to thinking about what I could potentially play with Ancestral Commander, and on minions, that would either be Discharge, which would actually use endurance charge as a source of damage, or really there's nothing else. Nothing else would want those endurance charges unless I went like Ancestral Commander, use the ascendancy for giga defenses, and then went offensive on the tree. But then we would just be playing a more gimped version of whatever else we want without any real sustain as well. Speaking of sustain, we're going to have perma uptime on Enduring Cries regen. So we're going to be regening over 10% of our life every second. Oh, that's very comfy. Just baseline. Well, that's actually pretty comfy. I think there was something which is endurance charges to empower attacks. Yes, for like player skill gems, there was. Tectonic Slam of Cataclysm is the I think most popular one right now. And I think I've heard some people mention like Consecrated Path of Enduring or something. I don't know the C gem, but there's also that. But I'm more so thinking minion build because I mostly just play minion builds, and I've always wanted to make these specters work. And this seems like the best chance we will have at that. Let me see. Replica Badge of the Brotherhood makes your max endurance equal to, I think, max frenzy, which is not what we want. Is there any other way we can give them charges? Because if we're going to give them 5 max endurance and 5 max power, then we might as well have power charges. But how do we get power charges? Something like a host chieftain could work. Something also like Victorious Charity, regular Victorious Charity on AG would also work. But that involves... that would only be during clear that we'd have those power charges. And I would rather just have power charges all the time so they have the crit chance as well. Especially if we're going to be using Battle Mage's Cry. There is a timeless jewel node. Is it which one? The 1 endurance charge every so often? Or is there one for power charge? Inner conviction. Gain power charges instead of frenzy charges. We don't have a timeless jewel right now, so this would not be the end of the world. Where would we then gain frenzy charge generation from? If we use a replica Victorious Charity, we would have some frenzy charges being generated by our AG, which would then give us power charges, which would make it so, well, I guess here's the thing. If we just want to give them the benefits, we could use a Ralakesh. But a Ralakesh seems wasted since we're always going to be at 9 to 10 endurance charges anyway. Wait, there might be something that breaks this idea. Oh my god. This might break the idea. It fucking does. I think it does. So here's the thing. This line here, I think, breaks the idea. Minions have the same number of endurance, frenzy, and power charges as you. Okay, this is maximum number. Minions count as having the same number as you. Okay, it doesn't break it. All right, we're fine. We're fine. Crisis averted. I thought I didn't. This maximum. If this maximum wasn't there, I would have bricked it, because if they have the same number of charges as I, then it means their discharge can't consume those charges because it's exactly what I have. But since this is the it's maximum, like I actually knew it did, and this one is they count as having, not that they do. It means so long as I have an amount of charges, they will have the same amount of charges. But they will count as having, so they have all the bonuses of that amount of charges, but they don't actually need to have the charges. It's kind of the way Ralakesh works. So they can eat all their endurance charges and they would still count as having the 9 endurance to 10 endurance charge, or 9 endurance charges we have. That's technically how that works. All right, let's just do a rough tree. This is not actually how we would scale we're just doing a very, very rough tree that has endurance charges. This might be an annoyance, to be honest, because that's very far. just in case. Honestly, we should, if we're going to be doing this, we should probably use banners as well, because we can just perma have high valor tanks to spam in enduring cry and whatnot. Which shield would we use? Eternal Apple is what I'm currently thinking about. The idea here is Ancestral Commander has +3 max endurance charges. With that, we can get up to 9 max endurance charges. With 9 max endurance charges, if we can get one more from a comb sign to give us 10. From a comb sign ring to get 10 max endurance charges, then we can have 3 grand spectrums with minimum endurance charges. Let's just do this. So this gives us 9 minimum endurance charges, and then there's 10. So once we get a single endurance charge, if we get a single endurance charge, this will trigger, so long as the war cry is off cooldown. Now we have enduring cry with a 1.8 second cooldown, and we're going to supplement this with either we're going to supplement it with either this Forbidden Flesh and Flame, which would then remove the need for comb sign, or this guy. But this guy is expensive, but this would be very, very nice to have, because then at 10 we're looking at 50% PDR and 50% EDR versus having 40%. It's literally 10% from 2 joules. So like, I want this, but at the same time this guy is also really good. Actually, at 9 to 10, this loses a lot of the appeal. So I would say this is probably our best bets. This guy. So then we have 50% PDR and 50% EDR. This means if we pair this with an Enduring Composure, so long as we have gotten hits at any point, we are going to be triggering the war cries every second. So, and the moment I trigger, so we can have 3 war cries in here. So the moment I use an enduring cry, that should also trigger the next one in the chain, because that would give me an endurance charge to then lose it and then trigger the next one, and then enduring composure does its thing. If you had a +1 charged synth ring on a bone ring, would it still have access to minion mods? Yes, it would. A bone ring would always have access to minion mods, even if its implicit is different. So we just put 3 endurance, 3 war cries in here, because what else are we gonna do? We're going to be proccing this every second, so we might as well. So every 2-ish seconds, enduring cry procs. That puts it so we now have 5 endurance charges on our minions, with 5 endurance charges on said minions. With 5 charges on minions, then they proc their thing, and that's does decent, like, good damage. I hope. Let's do this. Body armor, raise Spectre. I don't know if this Spectre is in POB. Okay, so we're gonna use Grappler for the purpose of this, but Grappler should have less damage than Sharon's Javelin. But Sharon's Javelin also has internal cooldown, so see. The minions use endurance charges, let's say 5. Let's just make sure this is looking proper. Oh, this is your default attack. Oh wait, no, what am I saying? We can't use this Flesh and Flame because we're going for this guy's Flesh and Flame. We need to have Warcries have infinite power. So this is our Flesh and Flame, not anything here. Alright. So that's our actual Flesh and Flame. I mean, why not? Where your Warcries open chest? Sure, why not? We're already using Warcries, so I'm going to be exploding a whole lot as well. This should honestly just be a nice amount of extra damage. And I think the last one would just be Ancestral Defiance. Either I go Ancestral Defiance or I go Born Under Fireball. 40% PDR. I mean, this is still just really nice defensively. Versus Ancestral Defiance, which is a weaker Defiance of Destiny. But this is necessary, and the reason this is necessary is because we have no block. So I think this would actually serve us a whole lot better than this guy. I think. Devourer of Minds with +2 levels. Wait, does Devourer of Minds no longer roll to +2? Overhead War Shield you want to use, but wouldn't Red Blade Banner be better for infinite power? It would be nice, but the reason we're going Eternal Apple is for automation. By going Eternal Apple, we have no block chance whatsoever. But it is triggering all our socketed Warcries whenever we lose endurance charges. And the idea here is Enduring Cry as well as other Warcries would be automated. Like it would just, as soon as we gain a charge, it's proccing a Warcry, so we don't have to do any amount of piano gameplay. If we wanted maximum power, then yes, we would just spam Enduring Cry as soon as it's off cooldown manually, and then we would go for like a different Forbidden Flesh and Flame or something. But we still plan to get infinite Warcry power by using this Forbidden Flesh and Flame for Chieftain. So it's not like we're giving up unlimited power, because that's non-negotiable. We need it. We're just getting it from a different source. But that also makes it so we have at a minimum 5 dual sockets. I mean, that was always going to be the case. It's a dual intensive build. Okay, so I think we also have the benefit of just being able to use any minions, any permanent minions we want, because, well, a few things. There's barely anything that can keep up enduring cries, like almost 12%. And we enduring cry on max power. We are getting 10% life regen. This applies to all our minions. And with any scaling of Warcry buff effect, which we should be doing, it would mean that all our minions should be getting like 12% or 14 or however much of their life per second. Not to mention, they still would count as having 9 endurance charges, which is a huge amount of damage reduction for them. Like there's also that. We should also go debilitate, to be honest, because that would reduce the amount of damage they do. And now apparently we're going to be exploding enemies with our war cries. So that's gonna be fun. We're gonna try to get an enduring composure on there. Is there any banners that matter? Because in the ideal universe, we're going to have a banner. Dread banner would be okay. Movement speed is always nice, so it's always welcome. But the problem with banners is it encourages me to go perfectly unique chests, and I don't want to go I don't want to go a unique chest. So that's why I'm leaning away from banners right now. All right, Ernest Scribbler, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Have a good day. I'm leaning away from banners for that very reason. You know something else? This is actually a perfect build for... What's the name I'm looking for here? It's a perfect build for Guardian's Blessing. Because the PDR we're getting from our endurance charges should be insane for our minions as well, and regen. So we're going to be using... That is something else I want to employ here. I want to use a Guardian's Blessing, which means no rate load, of course. Attack cast speed, AoE, we're also supposed to go a timeless jewel. Was it not Lethal Pride? Nope. Militant Faith, Inner Conviction. Yeah, that's the one. Ooh, we can get minion attack cast speed? I don't think it's gonna be as important. Like minion attack cast speed, I don't think it's gonna be as important for this build. We want minion damage. We are gonna have a lot of like mana issues unless we go like clarity and stuff. I don't want anything. I want my nodes in the area to stay those nodes. Can I just search, please? Okay, let's do this. Oh, pick total devotion. So I can use this, question mark? Oh yeah, you're correct. All right, thank you. This also helps with, or is just devotion? Yeah. All right, so this works out for us, right? Yeah. Warcry is fine. We gain our conviction, so now we just need a source of frenzy charges. A consistent source of frenzy charges. AG is a decent source of it because he's going to give us when he hits, and if we have an explode AG setup, then you know he's gonna hit a lot, but single target is gonna struggle. Wait, no, never mind. Actually, never mind. They already give us frenzy charges. These guys, every 4 seconds, they already give us frenzy charges, so we have frenzy charges. This is gonna give us power charges. So with this guy, we then gain power charges instead. But I would also like to have frenzy charges. How do I gain frenzy charges now? Because with frenzy charges, that's a more damage multiplier. When they use frenzy, they would always have max frenzies. Because they would all use like 4. But they won't always have max frenzy, is the thing. All right, let's see. Let's get support gems in here. I think I would like coal to fire. Combustion is not a bad idea. How much crit chance should my minions have? I guess 100% is still not enough. Once you're at the 100% crit chance, do you mean increased crit chance or do you mean crit chance? Because these are two different things. The modifiers you get in game are typically increased crit chance, and you need way more than 100% correct to get that. Like this is 20% increased crit chance, increased crit chance, increased crit chance. And how much of this of increased crit chance you need depends on, I guess it depends on the minion. Most minions have a base crit chance of 5%, and how the math works is 100% increase is just basically it's just multiplying your base crit chance. So in this case, 5 times 5 is the base crit chance, 1 plus whatever the increased crit chance you have is. In this case, if you have 50% increased crit chance, that's 0.5, and that'll give you a 7.5 actual crit chance rating. Or if you have 1 plus, let's say you have 300% increased crit chance, that would then be 3, and then this will give you 20% actual crit chance. This is with 5%. So if you're adding flat crits anywhere, or you're doing that, this number would change. Increased crits goes there, and if there's ever any like more crit, then that multiplies this addition, if that makes sense. So like for my zombies right now, if they have 100% crit chance, if this is 100%, then that's enough. You don't need any more. If this number is 100%, you don't need any more. It's perfect. You if anything, you want to make sure you don't have too much, and if you can scale back on it, you probably should at that point. But if that is where you saw your 100%, then yeah, this number right here, not here but like here, then yeah. Enduring Cry, Battle Mage's Cry. Let's see melee attack. Okay, no, it's just crit chance. Yeah, I actually think I want to get some Warcry effects, so that's... Enduring Cry is down to 1.7. This still needs a support gem, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know if this is spell echoable. I honestly don't know if it's spell echoable. No, right? I would think not. Yeah, it is not able to repeat with spell echo, so spell echo does nothing for them. If I go control destruction, which is not a bad idea, that just means Battle Mage's Cry loses all reason in existing, which I don't mind per se. But we do need to find another cry that makes sense. More armor. Added attack damage does nothing. Movement speed is always nice. And then elemental res. This gives us how much max? 3 max? Oh shit, so now our max is 78. Maybe second wind? You mean on the war cries? Supports non-instant skills and they have +1 cooldown, but it doesn't reduce their cooldown at 2020. Oh, for specters. I'm not entirely sure it would work for Spectres. The reason being is I'm not worried about the Spectre's cooldown. It's more charge generation. So if they repeat the, like, let's say even if this was spell echoable, if the first one eats charges, the second one has nothing to eat to then give a base damage. So it would have to be a case of there's an engine for charge generation that's so strong that they would have charges in between for something like that to be ideal. Now for my war cries, if there's no change to cooldowns, it might honestly be worth it. It might be worth it for me to I was thinking it might be worth it to use second wind, but I'm rethinking the idea, and I don't know that it makes the most sense, because if I were to use second wind, what would happen is the moment I start gaining endurance charges, which is like once I'm in combat, I get hits, and suddenly I'm now gaining endurance charges. Every second I'm going to be casting a new war cry. I cast enduring cry, I then cast intimidating, and then ancestral, and then back to enduring. Actually, I don't think we have the space for 3 cries, because this procs, it has a like almost 1 point, let's just say 2 second cooldown. It has 1.7 second cooldown. So I cast it, then after a second I gain an endurance charge from enduring composure. That casts intimidating cry. Then a second later we get another one from enduring composure. The enduring cry should be off cooldown at this point to then get cast. So once every 2 seconds they are going to have the like 5 charges required. But I don't know that 5 charges in the way of like endurance charges is necessarily enough for them to feel like they have good damage. And then of course every 4 out of those, every 2 casts of my war cry would also include them having frenzy charges, just based off of their own power, I guess. They should have 5 frenzy charges if I go badge with the Brotherhood. This is what allows us to more effectively gain, what you call it, 5 frenzy charges that we should sit on. So now they should have some base fire, and base cold, but we're converting like half of that to fire, and then we have some gain as extra. This was kind of the idea when I said cold to fire support. The biggest issue I'm seeing so far, even aside like how much damage we could be doing when they have a good amount of like charges and whatnot, the biggest problem is this just feels like it's going to have inconsistent damage. If I were to lean more into the ignites portion, like using ignite prolif here or elemental prolif, so they actually get some ignite chance as well. I mean, they also get free chance, which is always nice, but they get ignite chance, right? If we're to use something like elemental prolif, maybe the fire damage from the ignites would help streamline the DPS, but I don't know that the DPS is high enough to warrant anything like this. And if we are not going discharge specters because they are inconsistent, then what else can we open on this ascendancy that would make logical sense? I mean, there's obviously General's Cry, but no. Oh shit! I actually forgot we'd have this as well for single targets, or for clearing rather. But here's actually a problem with this guy. If we ever needed to mess around with our specters, they just might explode in our hideout. They just might. Anyways. Aside Ancestral Commander, what else did I want to play around with? So currently there's two ideas at work here that I could pursue alongside my heist build. There's Ancestral Commander, which would be giga tanky, but so far I'm not too impressed on the options that we have available to really make it shine DPS wise. Like defensively, it's going to be really strong. Defensively, it's going to be really strong, but it doesn't leave, I guess the word is, it doesn't leave like much room to scale offense unless the skill was already really good with offense. So like a Doriani setup would probably be really good on Ancestral Commander, because I mean, it'd just be really good, right? Elemental damage reduction, conversion, all of that would be really good. That is one. The second one would be Scion Zoomancer, or Golemancer, as you might want to. Really good defenses, really good minion counts, access to +1 golem on Elementalist, which would also give you the potential of getting like 6 golems alongside your permanent minions. That is always an option. And it has, of course, the most amount of like passive points you can have. That is a second build we could look at. And then number 3 would be Herald of Purity on the Witch. Now, Herald of Purity on the Witch is the most tame of all these ideas. Well, that, and I guess Scavenger is not that wild. Like, it's kind of, it's not that wild of a concept. I can mentally picture it for both of them. So with this one, Herald of Purity, we would have from some pretty decent defenses coming from like the PDR here. We're gonna have minions that have those minions will have a lot of CDR and a lot of more, like they have more fizz. PoE Herald of Purity. I kind of want to see what their skills, what their AoE skills look like. Where is the gameplay?
Primal Crush Claw, stuff like that. I was just kind of too lazy to go get those Spectres. I didn't really care that much. The build was working fine as is. I didn't bother with it. Also, I have technically a Writhing Jar here to try to occasionally...
He went for what?
Herald of Purity, guys, but for the most part, the way we're going to have to summon them is going to be through...
2 green.
Or, I guess we already got some kills. Sometimes our Ball Lightning does do enough damage to kill because we do have the Node Spec to have minion damage applied to us. So my guess is maybe that's what happened there for some of the guys. Now for us, basically going through the zone, we pretty much have to shield charge around and then convocate whenever we want our guys to pop up with us and help us kill the guys around us. You'll see the fire circles are from our Animate Guardian when the kills count is his. For the boots, the Legacy of Fury boots to help with clear. And then the real, I guess, power horses and damage is our Sentinels of Purity. We don't have... anything like the minion aggressive wand or whatever, but
Is there better quality we can watch this at? Because this finally.
for the most part their targeting is pretty decent for just going around and trying to be fairly aggressive. I don't think their AI is too stupid in terms of like needing to attack enemies. They seem fairly aggressive, so I think it's fine. As for Valax, interesting. The Valax, I think, disfavor. As for the content I played this character with, I mostly did a decent amount of Sanctum with it. I didn't lose... I don't think I lost a single Sanctum with this character as I was playing it. I basically leveled this guy in Sanctum from 70 to 95. Initially started out with some level 70 Sanctums, then 75, then 80, and then I was just doing 83 for... I want to say at least 10 Sanctums is probably how many I did. And then we have Arcanist Brand.
I can't see...
Essentially... Oh, what is it?
Okay, let's see. I can't really see their skills with the MTX, but that's fine. Minimum endurance charge and minion crits. Or crit multi. Speaking of crit multi, maybe I should try to use Grand Spectrums in my current setup. Maybe I should do that. That just reminded me that there was that in the DPS setup, the biggest difference is dual sockets, and we are using Sanctuary, so Forbidden Flesh, Forbidden Flame, Rational Doctrine, and then we just go Grand Spectrum. I think it's Crimson. No, Cobalt. Cobalt typically has minion stats, so let's hope minion crit multi there. Hmm. 64 mil versus... What was the DPS set up on before? 60.9 mil. But it involved getting them on conk ground, which would then make them take increased damage. Whereas... Okay. I'd much rather have this then. But I guess this one also has the downside of not having conk ground, which is just less regen. Meh. I'd rather we had con ground than no con ground. So you said what about dominating strike, i.e. Dawn Blow? That one? Did I spell something wrong? This one, right? Where we hit an enemy, we basically infect them, they die during this, and then they summon sentinels of the normal magic and rare variety, and then these guys would work pretty well alongside Herald of Purity. They scale the exact same way. They would scale very well with Herald of Purity. And this would give us like 9 sentinels. This gives us like 9 sentinels alongside the 6 from Herald of Purity. My only problem with this, I guess, would be we're gonna need non-Val strike skills. Target 1 additional enemy, which is an attack mastery. Where is it? Attack mastery, that one. We're going to need that one. And if we can, we're going to need the rare gloves that would have Searing Exarch, Eater of Worlds implicit, that also does the same thing. And then with that, we can use Vow Dominating Blow as well. We could make something like that work, honestly. Especially for scaling CDR, because Domination also has some big AoEs. Use Gravebinds? Yes, you'd have to use Gravebinds, because if you use Gravebinds, you can summon Herald of Purity. If you don't, it becomes a bit awkward. Scissorsley, what up? Oh shit, Scissorsley with the sub. Thank you very much, I appreciate you. 5 months already. Where does the time go? I still remember when you popped in here for the first time. Good old, was like around PoE2, early, like late settlers, early PoE2. Time moves so fast. Yeah, it's insane. Thank you, appreciate it. So we could try dominate. Okay, so here's what we could do. This is the best way I can think of to still use my 12 link right now on a very competitive setup with the Herald. If we were to go Herald of Agony, Herald of Purity rather, it would reserve a ton of my, where is it? Fiend Dagger. It would reserve a ton of my reservation, but let me just try. Let me see just how much I really need to compensate. Converts, which Herald of Purity, you and you. Now we're going to be going Fiend Dagger and Squire. We're going to go Herald of Purity. Off rip, really good reservation efficiency. I'm going to put it in weapon 1. Honestly, that's not bad. Way better than I thought. But then we give it an Empower 4 alongside Dominating Blow. Let's say, realistically, maybe we want something else, but let's go with Dominating Blow for now. This gives us like 6 sentinels alongside our 9, I guess, dumb blows, whatever. And then for the Squire, We have, I don't know, Awaken Brutality, let's say. Awaken minion damage as well. And maybe Ruthless. That reserves most of our mana just by itself, but not all of it. And because we don't necessarily need auras, honestly, this would be pretty strong. I think this actually has a lot of potential. Because all we need at this point is like some extra reservation efficiency for Herald skills, and we can get some of that mana back for like, I don't know. We can get some of the mana back for, actually, instead of Dumb Blow, let's go Enhance. 4. The reason Enhance would be really good is I really want to scale CDR. Now the question is, how much CDR do we really need? And can we not go overboard on it? So let's go. Sentinel of Purity. Maybe use one centering for mana reservation for Heart of Purity. That is likely what we'll end up doing. If we, the question now would be, what reservations do we even want? Temper Shield is a no-brainer. 100% we're gonna get. Holy Slam CDR 5 seconds. Okay, cool. If this is a 5-second CD, where's that spreadsheet of mine? Give me a second. Let me try not to dox myself real quick. All right, spreadsheets. There we go. Flashbang warning. Let's say we get 4 disciples nodes. That is 25, 0.25 times 4. 0.25. I wish there was a dark mode of this, to be honest. Then we have how much CDR? 180% CDR. So this would be 180% CDR, right? So this would then be 1.8. And this was a 5-second base CD. So now it's slightly over 1 second. It's a bit over 1 second CD. 9+ Discord messages is insane. It's not that insane. Especially when you consider that the notifications are literally just like servers I never go to, just that have notifications, and I'm tired of dealing with them. So they're just there. Maybe I'll start leaving some of them. I don't know. So wait. I have no unread DMs, I'll tell you that much. So this is a 1.3 second cooldown for this skill, assuming this is the Sentinel of Purity, which I have no reason to believe it is not. Yeah, it is. What does the average... So the average damage of these other hits, this Crusade Slam is much higher than like regular Slam. So when do they use regular Slam and when do they use Crusade Slam? I I didn't check Herald of Purity here. Didn't I check Herald of Purity and it literally said something about they have slams and whatnot? Yeah, this one. Okay, so 147% more phase damage. They scale really well with levels as expected. Alright, so all we have is our weapon, our squire, and ashes. This might be overkill for Crusade Slam, but Crusade Slam honestly has... It honestly has the most amount of average damage among all their hits. Like, if you look here, their default attack has 77k. Their Crusade Slam has 80k. Now, according to PoE I don't know how it decides if to use the slam or not. And I don't think this is going to tell us anything. Because if you're going for a 12 link, ideally you don't go for a 12 link that's going to cost you... You don't want something that's going to cost you mana. Because the mana cost is going to go insane. Herald of Purity is perfect because it's just reservation, that's fine. They're pseudo permanent. I don't know how we deal with the start of a map, however. That is the one thing I do not know how we are going to deal with. I think this was the same build, right? He worked with Lance on this one.
All of the details you can find in the... Hey guys, TV.
Can I see...
Build guide video. In this one, we're going to go through something very, very special. I reached out to some people who told me that the bait or no bait team from Captain Lance has been consistently labeling my builds as bait. So I took it upon myself to find a build that he has made that is a minion build, to completely dissect it and find every single issue I could find and then call him out on it. So I took it to the latest video he posted with a mini build, which is a Herald of Purity Guardian. Now I was ready to dissect this and call him out on everything, but turns out the build's actually pretty damn good. We finalized it, we made some tweaks to it, and we have an amazing build to show you guys. Thanks again, Captain Lance, for the collaboration on this one. A link to his video, if you guys want to check the origins of this, is linked in the descriptions below. We have made a low budget, which I'll tackle low.
Okay, so I think I can actually see them attack a bit.
We have made a low budget, which I'll tackle low quick in this video. A medium budget version without any of the current league mechanics, which is the tattoos from Trial of the Ancestors. A medium budget.
I haven't seen anything that looks like a slam though. That's the one thing. I haven't seen them do anything that looks like a slam.
High budget and an extreme budget version. Now, most of you guys that have followed my guides in the past knows that all of the details you can find in the written guide, which will always be updated for every single league. So make sure you check that one, because the videos can sometimes become outdated. Needless to say, I've been very happy with the performance of this build, and the first initial step is actually the leveling part of it. So to go through these things, it's very important to understand what makes this build so good. I'm about to show you. This is the low budget POB, and the very first thing you'll notice is that the path of building itself has pretty much everything you could ever need. Again, the details for in-depth descriptions and explanation of everything with the mechanics and gearing, everything you could possibly imagine will be in the written guide, so do check that out in case this has been updated, including the POB. The path of building includes a series of leveling trees.
Okay, we can stop there. Duplicates, close. Herald of Purity, don't blow. Duplicate as well. We can close you as well, I think. Can we? Wait, so Captain Lance's version was not really consolidating on one damage type, but Gazi's is? Question mark? I don't know. Ready POBs. Medium budget. They're 4 green, right? Gloves, precision, portal, dash, second ring. Yeah, he goes 4 green. All right. So what I'm considering with mine, Herald of Purity. So here's the big problem with Dumb Blow. If we just slap on a dominating blow, just real quick, just a dominating blow, remove enhance, right? 21. Oh, it's going to be a Vowed Dumb Blow. Do you have any special idols for Life Force farm? Yes, I do. I can show you my idols in a bit. If we go down to Dumb Blow, I want to see the mana cost. This is 102 mana per cast. And keep in mind, we have no access to clarity, so we're just going to need to like get mana regen to be able to sustain that if we want to use it. Now we can get like reduced mana cost of skills as like, but I will need at least 2 mana nodes, like mana regen here, probably mana regen somewhere else, yada yada, if I wanted to use Dumb Blow. Or I could just stick with Herald of Purity. Now, one question I did have, reopen last close tab. On his medium budget / endgame POB, does he has a Worm Flask? Okay. Because Worm Flask is the easiest solution, but I kind of don't want to use it. So I was hoping there would be something else. Does he have a high budget? It doesn't look like there's a high budget. There's just a low and medium. Okay. So you sent me a friend request yesterday, I think. Send me a message. I can ping the more important idols in here for Life Force farming. There we go. So the 2x2s, you just want, for most of these, you're looking for the suffixes. I didn't put any mind in the prefixes. Just focus on the suffixes. So there's that. The 2x2s are all the same. There's this. You want up to 100% chance for additional harvest, and you want quantity of Life Force. And of course, the unchosen crop, that's on all your 1x3s. And then the 1x1s are like that. And then there's this guy as well. This guy and this guy. That's pretty much it. I have two. For the 1x3s, I have chance for unchosen crop to not wilt on all of them. Then the second mod fluctuates. There's 2 different mods. There's chance for additional harvest up to 100%. I think this and this one have it. So these 2 have additional harvest, and then these 2 have quant of Life Force instead there. And then this is just duplicated monsters and Life Force duplication chance. And then is it kind of affordable for 1 divine? It is not. But what you could do, what you could start off with if you really want to play it, is you could go for 1 mod, the most important mod here. You could pick one of the most important mods, start there, and upgrade your idols as you farm. Now, when you're doing this, you're not going to use this expensive Scarab. This guy is too expensive. It would run you into the ground. You don't want this. What you would replace Awakening Scarab with is Scarab, Harvest, cornucopia. You would use cornucopias in place of that, and you'd run non-crop rotation. So you would run this scarab, and you would drop this scarab, and you would drop this idol as well. You don't want this idol. Now, in place of dropping these two, you don't want to reduce your yellow. Actually, I don't think you care about reducing any plants with crop rotation or without crop rotation. So you could then go for, honestly, I would just remove these two. Remove all the 1x1s and replace it with this mod right here. This mod is cheap. You can recombine this one very cheap. It's increased chance for T3 and T4. You get two of them on two different, like, you get two idols that can fit into your 2x2 spots, and you put them here, you put them there, and you go for it. That's how I would start off, and then just try to get max on choosing crop not wilting chance. And for this guy, I guess the most important would be Life Force. Life Force dupe is like the cheaper of all of them, and it's more important technically. So I would go for Life Force for the 2x2s, and you start there. You're not gonna get all that much Life Force, but you're going to get enough to like get a decent profit. And now from that profit, you can then invest more into like trying to recombine your idols, because like if you're trying to buy them, they're expensive. Like for example, whereas this guy, an idol that has my rolls for my, I have one perfect idol. This is 16 divines. You don't, if you were to buy it, of course. If you were to recombine it yourself, this would cost you like 6-ish divines, maybe 5-ish. It's still expensive, but that's why you start off on the cheaper setup, and then you can work your way up. Or you could do something else that is that is more affordable and will get you the currency you would need to then get this idol setup. A good contender for that, from everything I've heard, is destructive play. And how that would work is you basically get a whole bunch of idols. I don't know if they're 2x1s or 3x1s, but actually I think they're 2x1s. You get a whole bunch of idols that have chance for final map boss to drop Elder Shaper maps. Like Elder maps, Shaper maps. A lot of people have them. They might even sell for cheap at this point, even like recombined already. But you get those idols, you get a ton of them, and then you just run, you choose Maven, and all you're doing is trying to farm special maps called Guardian maps. These guys right here. These guys. You're trying to farm Elder Shaper maps. And then once you have all your Elder Shaper maps, I think the natural transition would be to then start running the maps so you can get fragments. And these fragments, these guys, you could sell them, or you could run them to get the even more expensive fragments like these guys. It's like, this is a divine. So it depends on you. It depends on you how you want to do it, but that is how people typically go about doing that strat. And then you just sell off your all the profits you get from it, and you should be able to afford whatever other strategies you want before long. That's the theory of that, at least. Okay, Heart of Purity. Forbidden Flesh and Flame for... New. Settler. Okay. We can get Forbidden Flesh and Flame for Bone Barrier pretty chill, because I think right now it's actually chill. It's actually very cheap because people don't play the Witch. So we can actually get Forbidden Flesh and Flame for Bone Barrier, get Leech. With the Leech and Heart of Purity, our defensive layers are already kind of solid. We have good recovery. We have decent PDR because we're using Heart of Purity. Then what does our tree look like? I don't think we care too much for the buff that Heart of Purity gives us. Yeah, I don't think we care too much for it. It gives us more phase damage, which is, I guess, fine. If we cared about our phase damage, but we don't. If we're gonna use an anime guardian on this, which I think we should have an explode anime guardian for this 100%. That would mean that we don't need to care about its AoE attack. We don't need to care about its AoE attack, period. Why? Because the AG would have all the wave clear we need. So in that case, we can replace Enhance with something else. Not Dumb-Blow, because Dumb-Blow would cost a lot of mana. Actually, no, Enhance is still fine. I don't mind using the special skill. We'll see. I might decide against it. I will probably decide against it. But for now, it's fine. What else would be an ideal support gem for it? I guess faster attacks. Minion speed would probably be the best. Or Impale. Impale, if we're going Fizz, Impale would be the best. Are we gonna go Fizz? That is the next question. We can't go auras. So whatever we decide to do, it has to be something that is easy to do. So that involves, if we go like 4 white triads grip to make it all chaos, we're going to need a source of wither. If we go 4 blue to make it lightning, we're going to need, you know, negative lightning rest for Doriani, which you probably don't want. If we go 4 green for cold, we still can't use hatred. So whatever we decide to do, we have to go with the mindset that we have no auras naturally. Now, if we go for chaos, the biggest downside of going for chaos, I guess, is it would make us not go. Hello, Danny. Welcome. How you doing? It would make us go for something like Unholy Might, Unnatural Strength, Forbidden Flesh and Flame, whereas I really want the leech from Bone Barrier. I would really love the leech from Bone Barrier, so plus the extra PDR, I'm kind of hesitant to go Chaos for that simple reason. And we have no Wither chance otherwise. But I'm also kind of hesitant to go in something like Fizz, or because Fizz on the lower end of DPS, Fizz struggles, but on the higher end it's fine. But I would ultimately prefer to have elemental damage, I think. What are you planning? I'm thinking about making a Herald of Purity Herald build. That is what I am currently planning. Playing around with the idea at least. Do we just stay Fizz? Does it even make sense to? If we wait, well, here's the thing. Hear me out. If we go for I don't like this minion, but I guess it should be fine. I really don't like this minion though. Why care about minion defenses? Because we love having supportive minions. And by having supportive minions, we can overall squeeze out more efficiency from my minions. That is why. We can go Perfect Hydra. My problem with Perfect Hydra is that it is squishy AF. Like, this fucker is so squishy, but the good thing is he keeps his distance, but like, he is so squishy. Like, what is this? Level 70, you have 15k life, the fuck? It is so bad, but his hatred is actually kind of strong. So if I were to go 4 green Triad Grip, this would be why. Wanted to do it also, but I went Herald of Agony at the end. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I also went Herald of Agony. I'm just looking for something to play on my Herald character. I already have it, so might as well play try Herald of Purity since I haven't before. And in theory, Herald of Purity should play like in theory, Herald of Purity should play like Chains of Command, which is a build I actually did want to play this league. If we go lightning damage, what do we have at our disposal? We convert it all to lightning. We can go Doriani. We've already gone Doriani this league, so I don't know if I really want to go Doriani, especially with the lack of auras. So Doriani's is kind of scuffed. Yeah, Doriani will be kind of scuffed. Like we can make it work with Spectres, but like if we're ever in a situation where we're charging through and we do not have our Spectres right beside us, like we're shield charging or flame dashing or whatever, and we like leave the Spectres range, we could get royally fucked. So Doriani is off the table. Fourth Vow as a defensive chess piece to have armor applied to chaos damage. I mean, we could. Defensively, we have a whole lot of options available to us, right? But we need to figure out what the nice offense would be. I guess if we went chaos damage on Herald of Purity, it would be straightforward because we already have some pieces for like Wither. But the Wither involves like constantly hitting and whatnot that we're just not doing. But like we can use the tech, right? We can use Balance of Terror to get constant Wither with like, I don't know, what would we use for the Wither again? We'd use Stormbrand or something to apply the Wither, or Ball Lightning on Arcanist Brand or something. We could do something like that for Wither. Alternatively, what else do we have available to us? If we went Fire, did you paste an item in chat? Were you trying to ping me or something? 68% chance for ritual altars. Life force dropped by harvest monsters. Have 15% chance to be duped. Harvested plants have 10% chance to spawn with an additional monster. And then chance for ultimatum would be enough to start with 100% harvest. The idol costs 1D. This is, I assume this is a 2x2, right? This is a 2x2. Harvested plants have a 10% chance to spawn additional monsters. That would be fine. That's a mod. That's not the mod I have, but that is a mod you can go for. Would that be enough to start with 100% harvest? Can you afford 4 of them is the question. If you can afford 4 of them, then that would definitely be a start. But what I guess what I would say is, when you can get a full board of harvest idols, that's a good start, right? Whether or not they have like optimal roles, so long as you have something, like all of them have, you have 1 divine and a couple of chaos after crafting, but you really want to do harvest, question mark? How about this? The way I would go about doing it, let's see what the price looks like. I'll do a quick check. POE.sale. Harvest idols there. Turn all these off. Turn these off. This one. Any. I think honestly, if you really like at a divine and you really want to do the strats, I would go for like Life Force drop has a chance to be duplicated and chance to contain Sacred Grove. These two modifiers. Up until a 100% chance to contain Sacred Grove. Something like, I don't know. Wait, 2? Even this is expensive. Never mind. Ignore this. Just get this one modifier. Alright? Get one mod idols. Get this one mod on your 2x2s. This guy, it's like 2050C. Yeesh. This will take up most of your budget at this rate. Go for, I guess you could also reduce the 15% to be slightly less, like 12. Yeah, something like this. You can get 4 of them. Just get 4 of them, right? You don't need anything else. You're just going for a chance for it to be duplicated. You get 4 of them. Then you go for 1x3s. Your first 1x3 should have, your first 2 should have chance for additional harvest up to 100%. So you get 2 of them that have up to 100%. You don't need it to have the unchosen crop not wilt, but you want that to be 100%. Then when you come to your other 1x3s, you're prioritizing chance for it to not wilt. That is where the not wilt will come in. You then get as high of a percent as you can afford to without breaking the bank. Just again, you're going for 1 mod idols. You don't care about anything else it has, just those 2. If it can have a bonus, sure, but like that would be your goal. And then past that, for these slots, you get 1x2s, and those 1x2s will have this should be cheap for you to recombine if you need to, but increased chance for tier 4 plants and tier 3 plants. And this is where I would say you might want to recombine at some point. This is the first thing you recombine, because this would increase your profit by quite a bit, even on a non-crop rotation setup. And then when you have some more currency and you've invested in your build a bit and you're okay with where your build is, you can then start trying to like recombine some of these. I would personally start with 1x3s and start replacing your 1 mod idols into 2 mod idols. So then your 1x3s that have up to 100% chance to contain a harvest, you just buy those again, but you're buying them as magic idols, and you're buying some other magic idols that have 12% chance for unchosen crop to wilt, and you're literally taking that. Again, both of them are magic idols. You just take that, you go to King's March, you go to the recombinator, you put both of them in and you smash it, and you hope that it keeps the 2 modifiers you're trying to get. You're not going to get it every time. It's like a 1 in 3 chance that you get what you're looking for if you smash 2 magic idols together. You can also do blighted maps and save some currency for good idols. This is correct. You can also do blighted maps. I love though, but the outcome not good. So it's not that good in the last few days. I haven't actually played Delve this league. I kind of wanted to at some point, but I don't think I'm the best. I don't think Delve makes the best stream content. Every single time I've tried, it just ended up feeling more boring than it had to be, because my perception of Delve, at least right now, is you kind of just want to turn your brain off and blast, but that doesn't exactly make the best stream content, I don't think. It's kind of hard to make it entertaining. Start with Azurite Stride. Yeah, I personally didn't start with Harvest. I was doing map farming, and map farming was more profitable a few weeks ago when T17s were actually expensive. Now they're cheap. They're like 50 KLs a piece. So I wouldn't really recommend T17 map farming strats. It's still decent money, but like it's not good as it once was. But yeah, like destructive play is good. I hear Betrayal is good. Betrayal is another one. This guy. This one is actually pretty straightforward to set up, and it's pretty cheap. I have a bunch, like all you need from your 2x2s is 15 intelligence when you kill the map boss for completing your map. So you just get 4 of those. Then you have 1x3s that have they have increased chance to be accompanied by reinforcements. That's all you're looking for. I just made mine with chance for June, but like they're cheap as well. And then everything else is just accompanied by leader and additional rank. You can smash these two together. You want additional rank up to 100%, and then all you care about is just chance for leader and just chance for leader, basically. So these two would be like maybe the more expensive ones here. How much are veiled orbs? I haven't checked in a bit, but like I think they were approaching like 10D or something. They're almost 12 divines each. 11.5. So yeah, Betrayal is really good. Betrayal is so good. If Katarina smiles on you, that is. As you might tell, my Katarina has not smiled on me. I did 21 Katarinas this league and I only got 3 orbs. Just get lucky. If only it was that easy. If only. Alright, so this is honestly a build I'm going to push further. So I think what we're gonna do is I'm gonna end stream here. Then on Monday, what we're gonna do is we're going to actually POB this. I'm going to try to POB this like extensively, and we just might be re-rolling Herald of Purity, and we'll see how far we can push it. Because like already we're at 700k damage, and all we have is the weapon and shield. Now the weapon is expensive. I'm not saying it's cheap. It's an expensive weapon, but I already have it. So like we have a leg up in that regards. But yeah, I think come Monday we're gonna actually spend time POB in it, and we'll see just how it looks like on paper. I think that's the plan. But anyways, oh wait, before I forget, I said I was gonna get Progenesis this stream, and I plan to get that Progenesis. So let's buy the Progenesis, even though we spend most of stream time elsewhere. Progenesis. I said I was gonna buy it. We're gonna buy it. We're gonna buy it. Reduce duration, reduce charges per use. This is the main thing you want. Increase duration, reduce charges per use, 60 divines. I could buy that, or I could buy this guy. How many divines do I have? I have 59. So if I buy it for 55, I can throw 4 divines at it and hope I get something good. They are so expensive though. Or I can spend 60 divines and know that I'm getting something really good. Like this one is good. This one is really good. But I think I'm 1 divine short, which is not an issue. I can always convert chaoses. Is it worth 5 extra divines? I say probably yes. Yes, it is. Ah, 60 freaking divines. That's expensive. $25 and then reduced charges. Give me that. Whisper, thank you very much. Use when charges reach full. And of course we can't end stream without taking this on a spin. Like we have to test it out, you know, show it off. Can't just buy a Progenesis and not use it. So we're gonna run 1 map. And then we're gonna end stream. Properly, the proper way.
You are destined to bring ruin to all you touch.
What is this lag?
Must have time to battle.
I'll come back for this one.
My mana is spent.
There's a Soul Eater somewhere here. So now in mapping scenarios, what this Progenesis does for us is we should be a lot harder to one-shot because it's going to delay some of the damage that we are taking. And the beautiful thing about delaying some of the damage is that now instead of it being something that would one-shot us, it's now a dot. And in that dot, well, we have a lot of regen and we have a lot of leech and all these other defensives. So like this actually improves my survivability by quite a bit.
Arise, my children. Feed. Your soul burns for me.
If we're going to eat a slam, yeah, I'm just gonna press that real quick.
Darkness walks. Mortal. Arise, my
So
children.
now I can technically press this flask if I know a big hit is about to come and I need to not get one shot. I can press it and have that reactionary button if I so choose. Now, I obviously never do this because that is too much effort, but you can't do that. Did I just see harvest? Give me a reality fragment. It's that easy, boys. It's that easy. Now, if only Progenesis also made my minions tankier, we'd be eating good. Well, it doesn't. I'm the only benefactor from it. Okay, we're gonna fully charge this. Oh look, he's moving quick-ish.
Must have time to gather more will.
This guy has soul eater, and that's the only problem. He's eating souls from my, what do you call it, my phantasms. So he's eating good as well. They are as tanky as Katarina. Oh, they are tankier than Katarina. 90% damage reduction would do that to you. Like, it's tanky. But realistically, if I run into a Soul Eater that I'm having issues killing, the easiest solution for it is to just remove summon Phantasm support. I just unsocket that, they stop eating souls, they're gonna come down in like damage reduction, and suddenly they realize they're mortal. Only problem is unsocketing summon Phantasm does reduce your minions regen and makes them more prone to actually dying. So you might have to run around while it loses its soul just to make sure you don't lose any zombies. Ooh, don't mind if I do. Oh yeah, we do have some altars to click, don't we? At the bottom of the map. This guy? Yeah, this guy should be fine as well.
The 3-round challenger returns.
Alright, so we do purple first, into blue, and then finally that one yellow plot that's looking at me menacingly. The 3 rounds. Hey, those were 3 rounds I did when I was broke, okay? League start was not kind to me. I needed all the currency I could get. And, you know, old Trial Master was over there looking all... He was showing me rewards. And I was like, you know what? I'm desperate enough to actually click you. It's not my fault my first idols had like with like juicing ultimatum. It is what it is. Desperate times. They call for desperate measures, don't you know? All right, we can do blue. Wait, it's blue next, right? Yeah, it is. Trial Master is bait. I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with you there. I'll tell you that much. I have not seen a single good reward from him this league, but I'm also not specking him. We have our good friend Arcane in chat who has been doing nothing but Trial Master all day, every day for the past like few days, and he's been spamming me with loot pictures. Yeah, I see you got divines again. But to be fair, being able to AFK ultimatum on like his setup, that brings up my inner RuneScape, because like I'm so used to like AFKing on RuneScape that the thought of being able to do that on PoE, it raises an eyebrow for me. It's like, huh? It's possible? And honestly, I think we can get it set up with Herald of Agony that can do it. It'll just take a lot of maneuvering that I don't think I'm willing to do on the current setup to get it viable for like AFK ultimatum. But it looks very doable. We have so much damage we can cut because like ultimatum doesn't really need that much in the way of, it doesn't need that much in the way of, thank you very much, of actual DPS. It doesn't need that much. I think those are all the blues, and now we have the one. What the fuck are you? Figure your stuff out. All right. Oh shit, he phased already? Like already? Oh, that's a first. I used to like ultimatum with my Skelly Mage and Max Block build. What happened? I haven't done Skelly Mages in so long. Here's a bit of channel lore that many people would not know at this point. My first ever build, like the first ever build I made in PoE, was a Skelly Mage build. It's still there on my YouTube channel. One of my, like, this was back in, what was it, Crucible? The League After Sanctum? It was a Poison Skelly Mage setup. My very first build. Like, compared to the stuff I make now, it was obviously scuffed, you know. I've learned so much since then. But it holds a special place in my heart. Like, I saw Skelly Mages, and I knew how Poison worked. And I figured, even though they have no base fizz or base chaos / fizz, we could probably make them hits enough without summon Skellies to be competitive. And we actually did. I don't remember how much damage it did. Probably nothing too crazy. Probably nothing to write home about, to be honest, but like, it was a decent build. Offensively, it was fine. Defensively, also that was a point in my PoE build journey where I still believed in armor, and I was like, oh shit, the game told me I have 90% PDR, therefore I have 90% PDR. Oh, how dumb I was. Who actually believes tooltips? Who actually believes tooltips in PoE of all games? You're only at 90% PDR when you actually have 90% PDR. I'll say that much. The moment you have to rely on armor for even 1%, you're not truly at 90% PDR. This is Einhar, Shrines, Corvicius, Legions, Legion Sergeants. Oh shit, double Legion. Still not worth much. All right. Go into the grinder. All right. So that was our first pro. Bruh, really? You just had to click it? Why? Probably not as much as 12 link zombies. Oh, that's for damn sure. It wasn't nearly as good as this build. But like, it's a build that it was a build that set me up on my journey to actually making builds and understanding the game and learning all of these different things that could make the builds better. And it's one thing I reflect back on those times, and I see just how much more I consider when I'm making builds now versus before. Like, for example, I'm thinking about max stress, I'm thinking about budget, I'm thinking about PDR, I'm thinking about situational buffs and what situations they are up for and how I feel without those buffs. And like, there's so much more that comes with that goes into planning a build now that didn't. Auras before, every single build I had was trying to fit in as many auras as it could, with using charisma on every single one to just try to squeeze out every aura. Now I'm just like, now many of my setups don't even have charisma. I'm just like, okay, so, but then again, to be very fair to my past self, we didn't have affliction specters back there. So if you wanted determination, you had to run determination. Now I can say, Turtle, you know what? You take determination from me real quick, just pretty please. All right, thank you. Now I have determination. I can use Watcher's Eye. But like that also is just something that has changed since then. But like, there's a lot else that is going into like the thought process for making builds and whatnot. Now that when I was a newer player, I wasn't considering. And honestly, in a year from now, there's probably stuff I'll be considering that I'm not considering right now. And that is just the way you grow in anything, really. There's just, you get better, you get more efficient at doing stuff. You start considering things you weren't considering before, and you maybe even stop considering stuff that you were before that you might still want to, you know? Turtle is MVP. I mean, there's a reason every single character I've made in Phrecia has a turtle. Like, if I hop on every single character, they have a turtle. There's a reason for that. This guy be carrying our PDR on his back. Thanks to him, we have 5%. Just he exists, I have 5, and thanks to him, we have like an extra 7% just for free. Where is that Watcher's Eye, anyways? Yeah, so just because of him, we have an extra 7%. Just like that. Why not? It's like, he is carrying that PDR. I mean, not only him, but like he's putting in heavy work. But yeah, this is as good a spot as any to end stream. Progenesis bot, we are completely broke. We have tumbleweeds going through our stash right now. There's no currency, literally no divines. Right? Let me just check again. I can't click the divine face thing. There's no divines. Which scarab should I use? Okay, for scarabs, you want to use Cornucopia, Dublin. I would say Monstrous Lineage is mandatory. So like Cornucopia, Dublin, Monstrous Lineage. Those three are important. Then this becomes more. This is optional. It makes the rare monsters tougher, but it does give you more loot. So I throw this in, and this one means you're going to spawn more altars, which, by the way, you probably want to use blue altars, but this would make you spawn more altars, and as such you'd be able to get more quantity and rarity from your blue altars. Now, if you can't handle the downsides of altars just yet, then I mean, it's still always nice to have, if not for anything, because if not for anything, it's nice to have because you still just get more altars, and because you're getting more altars, you can find those altars that you can actually run, and then you can have slightly more font and rarity, basically. But yeah, Cornucopia, Dublin, Monstrous Lineage, Nemesis if you can handle the extra mods, and Hordes. So I think, wait, the last person I messaged, there, bruh. That is what I wanted to do. I was holding shift instead of alt. All right. You're welcome. If you have any more harvest related questions, feel free to hop into our Discord and ask, or message me on Discord. Or either way, or if I'm online, message me in game. Any of them work. Have your starting idols. Let me know how that goes. I'm actually very curious how how it looks like on one mod idols. With that setup, your input cost should be on the cheaper side. You won't get as much juice per map, but you should get decent profits. But anyways, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate y'all. I will be back on Monday with more POBing Herald of Purity. Well, with actual POBing Herald of Purity. And yeah, appreciated the, what's the word I'm looking for here? Enjoy the company. It was fun chatting with all of you. But till Monday, have a good rest of your night. Good night.